combative inmates if they feel like, number one, you see them, because most of them feel that they're invisible, they don't have a voice. So
Mm-hmm.
if they feel like you see them, you acknowledge them, even when you're telling them you're wrong, no, you're not going to do that, stand in the corner and I'll get with you and do it too.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have to discipline them, they will still respect you. So I don't really see a difference. It's all in how you build a rapport and how you respond.
Mm-hmm.
Because some inmates, they energize themselves off of your response.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Does the cultural and criminal backgrounds of inmates or residents influence how we interact with them? And if so, can you give an example of that, anybody? So culture is a huge issue, right? Everybody's not just black or white, right? We've got all kinds of nationalities, races in our facilities. So how does that play into how we interact with them? Sure.
I think a lot, I think sometimes when we talk about culture or treating people the same, we get caught in what we call fairness. Oh, we gotta be, everybody's gotta be the same, but I don't think that you can treat everybody the same, because if you have somebody, say, from a different religious background, or their culture treats or sees women a certain way, so I have to take that into consideration when I'm dealing with somebody. When someone's upset and they're reacting to you, you have to take into consideration what I know maybe might calm you down. I say, well, I understand why you might be upset about this. So those types of things, I think, help with the how you can handle people, and you can't. And I tell people, I don't think you can always treat people the same. I think
Mm-hmm.
you can be fair, but just because I treat you this way, or I say things this way, or I handle you this way, doesn't mean I'm going to handle this person that way, because it might not work the same. So I have to, yeah, I have to take each individual and whatever I know about that particular person, I have to use that to my advantage when I'm trying to communicate or get something done, or trying to get you to do something. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? I might need you to do something. I need you to cooperate. So I use all of that in order to be able to try and be successful in whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish.
Great, thank you for that. And we also want to make sure, particularly people from different nationalities, not everyone is fluent in English, and we want to make sure that they fully are aware and understand what resources are available to them in the event they want to communicate a need or want, or if they're having an issue, particularly where PREA is concerned, if they want to report an allegation, for example, of sexual harassment or sexual abuse, that they know exactly how to do that and make sure that we understand what they're trying to communicate, right?
And like you said, that lends to them actually feeling seen and feeling heard.
Yes. Yes. They feel like you're taking the time to make sure you really understand what they're trying to say to you. Okay? So some of the dynamics we're dealing with men and women in our programs and facilities also differ. So men, for example, struggle oftentimes reporting something that places them as a victim, right? Whereas even as people who respond to issues and concerns of inmates and residents, when it comes to our female populations, it's often a challenge for our staff to believe or recognize some of the women as aggressors, as perpetrators of sexual misconduct. So you've got a dynamic there where one doesn't want to be recognized as a victim, and the other side is typically a victim, but then the challenge for us becomes, how do we investigate and acknowledge that they can also be perpetrators of sexual abuse and sexual harassing behavior? You've got the coercion versus consent dynamic, right? So male inmates and residents, for example, tend to not report allegations if they feel like what happened was something that they consented to or was a willing participant. I know as the PREA coordinator at Alvis, that's something that is an ongoing challenge that I can recall a specific scenario where a male resident was involved with a female staff, and when we found out about it, he was completely puzzled why I was asking him if he was okay, you know, and did he feel like he was forced to do anything, or was he ever threatened in order to engage with that staff person? And when he realized that her job was on the line, he was in tears and just was adamant that, you know, this is wrong. She's a good person. She should not lose her job. She helps a lot of people here, and I did this. He wanted to own it. He was willing to go back to prison if that's what it took, or take whatever violations or sanctions might go along with having crossed that line with the staff member. But in his mind, he started that relationship, so he's the one that should own it. And so we oftentimes find ourselves challenged where boundaries are crossed between staff and inmates or residents, that resident or inmate does not see themselves as a victim and may not want to be very cooperative if they see what the outcome is going to be for that staff person. Women oftentimes are so used to being in unhealthy relationships that they oftentimes may not report sexual abuse because it's just one more time that they had to do something to get through, right? And so, and they also, because, and I heard someone use the term manipulative and manipulation, because they oftentimes are manipulative to get things that they want, right? So when we do those risk screenings, for example, we're asking about past sexual abuse during a period of incarceration, they may say no. But if you say, have you ever let someone touch you sexually or engaged in any kind of sexual act to get brand name shampoo or perfume or something that you wanted? Oh, well, that's called, you know, you do what you got to do. They don't realize that that's abuse. That should be reported and not tolerated, right? So the reporting piece can also be very different for men and women. The evidence collection, obviously, men can leave traces physically of sexual activity, whereas women oftentimes, you know, physically, there's no, you know, body fluids or anything like that that men can leave behind that can be discovered through forensic exams. So they, again, may not report because it's like, how will it ever be proved? They don't see abuse as something that they can ever get over that hump with because there's no physical evidence. So that's something that investigations need to probe more on. Trauma histories, and we'll get into this in a little bit, but men have just as much trauma oftentimes as women, but it takes them to get in groups, counseling sessions, therapeutic sessions, oftentimes when those things finally start to manifest themselves and they have that aha moment that this is what's behind how I think, how I feel, how I act, right? And with women, again, some of the sexual abuses that they've experienced, even prior to being involved with the criminal justice system, can lead to and has led to the offenses that they've actually committed, right? Crimes of passion, for example, or towards a family member or someone that they know well because of those abusive relationships. So just some general statistics here. We see that, and I always find this interesting, 90% of women, female staff, lose their job related to allegations of sexual misconduct, when only 67% of male staff lose their jobs. And oftentimes, again, you've got male inmates who don't want to tell, right? I'm not a snitch. I'll just, toughen up and get through. You've got almost even statistics as far as being subjected to any type of legal action, so actually trying to prosecute someone for their sexual misconduct. But another imbalance where it comes to lesser sanctions or discipline, that much fewer women have a lesser form of discipline than men. Anybody have any thoughts as to why that may be? Why are women more often fired than men? Any ideas? That's true. And physical evidence, even if it did exist, can be long gone, right, by the time it's reported, particularly in our environment because they're out of prison. So when they report something that happened to them while they were incarcerated, there's no more physical evidence, right? So the best the wardens and such can do when they are investigating is hope that maybe there's still an inmate that's aware, that may, now that the alleged victim is gone, that they may speak up and say, and corroborate, yes, that did happen. But that physical evidence can oftentimes be telling as to why women are disciplined more strongly than men. So we're going to talk about how we remember things and how trauma impacts things that our minds can recall and our bodies. So, for example, 9/11, that was a long time ago now. But how many of you can remember exactly where you were and what you were doing when that happened? Right? So traumatic events sometimes just stick in our minds forever, right? I can remember it was shocking to me because just the day before, I had had a wonderful evening at an outdoor concert event and just had the best night ever, only to wake up to this tragedy. So emotional roller coaster, right? You've gone from thinking, oh, we had so much fun, we had a good time. You turn on the news and this is what we see. So we remember those things oftentimes. One of the things where men are concerned is that when it comes to trauma, they don't necessarily report things that happened as adults, but may speak on things that happened when they were minors, okay? And those things can be associated with some of the behaviors and even physical symptoms that they express when they're in our facilities, in our programs. Those accumulated experiences and even witnessing trauma, right? So even someone who witnessed maybe their mom or a family member being abused or mistreated, can create trauma. And repeated trauma over the life cycle has been found among incarcerated men. So what happened as a kid has continued to happen and manifest itself even into adulthood. So there's the ACEs study, if anyone's familiar, captures information about childhood experiences and then links them to current behaviors. So some of the child experiences that you see listed here have been reported through those studies and assessments. We see mental illness, domestic violence, right? Having a relative who was incarcerated. But then, fast forward, those things can often lead to the individual's abuse of alcohol and other drugs, PTSD. We see that more and more as we learn more and provide more mental health related services, not just substance abuse services and counseling, lifestyle. Suicide attempts, right? It's like, why would that person want to hurt themselves? They seem to lead a perfectly good life. But there's things that are deeper undercurrents that they have not come to terms with and has not sought help for. So when we talk about conceptualizing trauma, some of the defining factors can be very specific, like we talked about, case-by-case basis. So what's traumatic for me may not be traumatic to you. So it's important that we not get too kind of cookie cutter in how we investigate reports and allegations, because there are some dynamics, as you said, that may lead one inmate or resident down one path, whereas another may feel like something very similar that happened, they have managed to come to terms with it and just don't feel the need to have a whole lot of assistance or help dealing with it. I've had men in our programs report during assessments being sexually abused while they were incarcerated 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Some have said, and I've never gotten past it, and yes, I would like some help in how to deal with that, because it has affected me to this day. Others have said, it's over, it's done with. Some maybe got some help at the time. Others said, you know, maybe through religious or belief systems that they've dealt with the situation and they feel completely comfortable even talking about it, and just don't feel like they have a huge need for any kind of support or assistance. So it varies from one person to another, okay? 1 in 10 rape victims, according to Bureau of Justice statistics, was male. That was reported. I believe more than 1 in 10 men have been rape victims, but it's about how they come to terms with it mentally and are able to speak on it. So our clinical staff are so important that they help not just men, but all inmates or residents come to terms with something that may have happened to them that was traumatizing, and help them see that getting help dealing with those experiences is what can help them move forward in a more positive way in their lives. Men are less likely to report a sexual assault, whereas women report 1.5 times more often. We heard just a little bit ago about the shoppers. I'll go to you, I'll go to you, I'll go to you, right? The key is, when it comes to their stories, is the consistencies. So if I go to 5 different people and they come and I'm telling them 5 different things, right? We may think, oh, a little manipulation's going on here, right? What I said to you didn't work, so I'm going to say something different to her, see if this works. I'm going to see if this works with her. But if those stories are consistent, I think we really need to take note of that and start to ask more probing questions about how they may need some help. So consistency, I have found in my experience, has really led more oftentimes to a true experience, as opposed to someone trying to manipulate and just get their way. Males may feel that they lost their manhood and question their sexual identity, right? So maybe I am gay because I got an erection when that happened, even though I hated what happened and I didn't want it to happen. The fact that I got a physical erection during that event, maybe there's something in me that I didn't even realize. So they may begin to question their sexuality and their sexual orientation. And while questioning, even more so not wanting to report or share that with anybody because, I'm a man, right? I don't want anybody to think, I like men. So, therefore, may be less likely to report. An interesting quote here that I think is so important is that, yet there remains scarce information on the repercussions of sexual and physical trauma of boys, despite considerable media coverage and indiscretions within organizations heavily focused on boys, such as churches, etc. This has perpetuated a societal belief that the problem is not common and the outcomes are not as severe among boys. The reality is very different. We see that in the Catholic Church, right, as an example. People who are in their 30s, 40s, completely traumatized by what they experienced as a young boy. So it's not a rare scenario. And over the years, we've seen over and over these situations reported. We've seen it in college athletes, right? We've seen the gymnastics team reporting. We've seen football athletes reporting. We saw the whole Penn State, right, scenario. And there's even to this day people who will set aside what happened to those young men and focus on the sport and the success of the athletes and of the coaching team, like, well, hey, that's unfortunate that happened, but, it's all about the win. So we minimize, even ourselves, some of the things that are happening in our schools, our churches, and among sports teams. So when it comes to trauma and the correlation to violent behavior, some of the studies of male inmates show that the most common reported trauma is witnessing someone being killed or seriously injured, followed by a physical assault, followed by childhood and sexual abuse. So again, it doesn't have to be something that happened directly to me, but things that I've seen over time, whether it be in my family or even while I was incarcerated. We have to remember that just because something physically has not happened to an inmate, that we probably have a much larger population dealing with PTSD that has gone undiagnosed and unaddressed, that really is the root cause of the behaviors that they exhibit in our facilities. Overall, higher rates of trauma and earlier age of trauma onset is associated with increased violence and victimization in prisons. Unlike women, men are rarely safer behind prison walls than prior to incarceration. Higher risk for sexual assault, and that came from the National PREA Commission. So some of the gender differences and trauma related to men, they are less likely than women to develop PTSD when exposed to violence, more likely than women to be exposed to violence and sexual abuse outside the family, from strangers or even adversaries. So think about gang activity. We see through the media and maybe even in our facilities violence by rival gang members, but we don't think about what some of these young men and women have experienced other than being shot at, or even shooting at someone. We have no idea what these young men and women have gone through as some form of initiation to be in these gangs. Men externalize their behaviors. We mentioned that earlier on. Violence, substance abuse, or criminal hyperarousal. So we see, I've experienced at Alvis when we have, I remember one man who came to our program, and during his risk assessment, he identified as a trans woman. But he presented himself completely masculine. And he said, "This is what I do, so people leave me alone. I know who I am. I know how I feel about who I am. But that's my business. And I don't want anybody here treating me a certain way because I feel as though I feel like I recognize myself as a woman." So he man up, right? And played the tough role so nobody would bother him, bully him, things like that. Although on paper, he was a woman, okay? So we have to look at all of these dynamics that are now presenting themselves in our facilities and programs, that some of the aggressive behavior that men have, even towards openly gay or transsexual, transgender populations, they could be in that same community, but just not wanting people to tag them as that and possibly avoid some of the atrocities that they see others who are openly gay or transgender that they experience. Men are more likely to get substance disorder treatment rather than mental health treatment. So it's through our programs, and I've seen this at Alvis with our clinical folks, that oftentimes in groups, one-on-one counseling sessions, you know, you're slowly peeling the layers of that onion back. And the years oftentimes of hard substance abuse is only a symptom of the core mental health issue that was never diagnosed. So again, we ask ourselves why men don't report sexual abuse. We talked about many of these things. So there's pride, right? I'm not weak. You know, I deal with this when I do resident education sessions. You know, Miss Ramona, you know, if a female staff here want to get with me, I don't call that abuse. I call that my lucky day. And this is the response in the room. You know, we get some chuckles, like, and a lot of nods from the guys. And I say, yeah, but that's because you're thinking about the attractive young woman who works here. What if it's me? I'm old enough to be your mother. What if I'm the one coming at you sexually? Is it your lucky day now? So then you get a whole different kind of looks in the room. Some try to throw me a bone and say, yeah, I'd still feel lucky, Miss Ramona, if it was you. But they get the point. It changes the way they think about the boundaries that can be crossed between staff and residents or inmates. Yeah, you may think it's your lucky day, but I tell them, if you really care about somebody who works here, the best thing you can do for them is leave them alone. Because otherwise, you're going to cost them their job at minimum, and you might be buying them a nice matching set of numbers to go with yours. Is that what you do for somebody you like, somebody you care about? So you need to keep those feelings, those emotions intact and recognize what we are here for and what you are here for. And there is a clear line that should never be crossed. Guilt is oftentimes reasons that men, particularly gay men, who haven't quite come to terms with their own identity, their own sexual orientation, that, you know, maybe I brought this on myself, this is my fault. Distrust of the system, oftentimes, right? If I tell you, I know you're going to tell somebody else, so I'm not saying anything. And then past abuse. Again, dealt with it before, I'll deal with it again. Some of the reactions by male survivors, according to RAINN, things like avoidance or difficulty handling emotions, so they put that wall up. Again, may feel that the assault would or has turned them gay if they're straight. And someone who is gay may feel like they're being punished because of it. So these are things that we as staff and leaders should be aware of when we are training our frontline staff, our COs, our security staff. How we dress, ladies. I don't know, I'm old. The things younger women put on now and think they look nice, it just makes me scratch my head sometimes. And then to come to work like that, whew, you know, and then you want respect. Men are very visual. They look at you one time and they've made a judgment about who you are. One of the things I'm responsible for at Alvis is our human resources office. And I've had residents say, Ms. Ramona, you want to hire good people? Let me come with you when you interview people. I'll tell you who will break the rules and who won't. Never taken them up on that, but, you know. Men may be very ashamed of their abuse and may act out through aggressive and inappropriate behavior. So again, someone who seemed to be kind of an average Joe, all of a sudden is getting in fights and, are targeting certain populations. We need to think about and talk to Joe about what's going on. Why such the anger now? Because it very well could be because of something that he experienced that was out of his control. When we talk about the LGBTI community, first of all, we need to know what LGBTI stands for. And we want to make sure when we're at work that we can set aside our personal beliefs and judgments. The people in our facilities and programs are with us because of a crime they committed. They're not with us because of who they are. A trans woman or a gay man or a gay woman is not at Alvis because they say they're gay or because they say, I identify as a woman. They're with us because of a crime they committed. So it's not our place or our staff's place to ever punish or allow them to be punished for who they are. Those things have to be set aside, and we have to have a zero tolerance. And when I do new employee orientation, I make it very clear. Zero tolerance means it's not the same as you came to work late one more time and now I'm going to write you up. It means you are hitting on a client and you don't work here anymore. That's zero tolerance. So I won't go through the whole list of definitions, but I will talk about, again, our transgender men and women. We really have to look at our policies and procedures on how we can safely house these populations. And I've got a short video in a little bit to share about that. We've got gender nonconforming, intersex, we've got sexual orientation versus gender identity. What happened to just either being straight or gay? There's a whole different dynamic out here that we have to deal with in our programs, in our facilities, but it's important that we learn what these dynamics are so we can serve them appropriately and keep them safe, house them safely. We want to talk about how women deal with things. So women are less likely to have violent offenses. That may not be the case these days because I know we've seen, and I'm sure any of you who run prisons, particularly a maximum security prison, the women and female gangs are off the chart. They are as dangerous as any male focused gang that's out here in the streets. They will just as soon cut your throat as say hi to you. And we can't lose sight of that. And they may be pretty as a peach. But we can't let that outward appearance make us forget the behavior, the things that they're susceptible and prone to, so that others can be safe around them. There's much more substance abuse issues with female inmates and residents, largely because of traumatic and unhealthy relationships, that they're numbing their hurt through use of drugs and alcohol, oftentimes having multiple physical and mental health issues, and being survivors of physical or sexual abuse as children and adults. They may have fragmented family histories with other family members also involved in the criminal justice system. And we have to remember, this isn't just our inmate population, but we can probably point to some folks that work in our units, in our departments. You know, we have a wonderful young lady who works for Alvis. She's the first person in her family that has never been in prison. We're used to hearing stories like, I'm the first person to go to college, right? I'm the first person to get a degree, because maybe I came from very humble beginnings, but I pushed through and, you know, stay in the course, and I've achieved some good things. We don't think about somebody who's the first person that hasn't been in prison. So how do they see our inmates then? These are some of the dynamics we have to think through and think about when we're training our staff on dealing with and working with inmate populations and residents if you're in a community-based environment. Because if everybody in my family's been to prison, then how an inmate may come at me or try to engage with me may not be a big deal to me, right? So maybe I don't report everything that I should. So we have to make sure we understand some of the backgrounds even that our staff have that go side by side with some of the family histories that our inmate populations have, that make it more challenging for them to draw that line that shouldn't be crossed. Women in prison are 3 times more likely to have a history of abuse than men. Women with abuse histories are more likely than women with no prior abuse to be incarcerated for a violent offense. So again, that offense, even a first-time offender, could be murder because she was just abused over and over and finally ended up taking the other person's life. Nearly 1/3 of women in prison serving sentences for murder were convicted of killing an ex-spouse or husband. So when we talk about some of the reactions by female survivors, we're talking major depression, shame, guilt. We may see changes in how they engage with even other inmates. We need to pay attention to those things and refer them to someone who they may open up to talk about what's going on with them. It doesn't mean that they've been sexually abused necessarily, but something is causing the change. And it's important to really understand what it is, particularly when they're having those waves of guilt and blame, because that's when those things manifest themselves into self-harm. Withdrawing again from social activities, avoiding relationships with other people. Maybe they have people who normally visit them, and all of a sudden, those people come to visit, they don't want to see them. They don't want to see anybody. We need to understand what happened and why. And of course, use of drugs and alcohol. There's physical and behavior components to sexual abuse that, again, these things we have to pay attention to try to get to the bottom of it, particularly those behavioral ones. Self-mutilation, exaggerated feelings, increased violence. If it seems odd for that person, we want to find out what's going on. And some of the common reactions you see listed here go along with those who have experienced sexual abuse. Feeling dirty is significant because there could be physical evidence that literally gets washed away if we don't find out and pay close enough attention to what may have happened to get the evidence that we need to substantiate a sexual abuse that occurred. So we want to make sure that our line staff know exactly what to do if they become a first responder in a situation. That not allowing that inmate or resident to bathe, brush their teeth, eat, any of those things, use the bathroom, not dispose or wash their clothes, all of those things need to be trained for our staff so they can appropriately respond. The Ohio Domestic Violence Network says healing and recovery can occur in isolation, but happens within the context of relationships. And that's those professional relationships with us as well. That they have to trust that we have their best interest at heart. So just because you're incarcerated doesn't mean that you shouldn't be safe. If it was your family member in prison or jail, you would want to know, even if you know they're there, they did what they're there for, they did it, they're living through the consequences of their actions, you want to be able to sleep at night knowing that they are at least safe. Okay? So when we talk about trauma-informed care, you know, we want to, and this is a huge dynamic for the corrections industry. We've been taught and trained for years and years and years, secure and control. That's the best way to keep everybody safe. Know where they are, know what they're doing, and keep everybody in line. So it's challenging sometimes when we talk about trauma-informed care, minimizing those authoritarian practices. We're not saying don't be in charge, but we're saying to be fair and consistent in how we apply it. So if Linda's a model inmate, I should not look after her well-being any more than Phil, my buddy over here, who may be the pain in everybody's side. He deserves to still be safe, even if he does get put in segregated housing or even get put in the hole because of what he's doing. He should still be safe. So we shouldn't turn our head when Phil is potentially being sexually harassed or let alone physically sexually abused because he's a jerk. That doesn't mean it's okay that someone abused him. So we have to make sure our staff clearly understand when we talk about being more trauma focused that we're not telling them to let their guard down. It's about how you respond to people in a more sensitive manner when they're reporting that something traumatic has happened to them. SAMHSA tells us there's 6 principles of trauma-informed correctional care for staff. That's safety. And as a PREA coordinator, if any PREA coordinators are in the room or PREA auditors, I tell people all the time, PREA is not, you know, we talk about sexual abuse, sexual harassment, but it's about safety. If you run your facility or program where safety is number one, you will reduce the likelihood of sexual misconduct in those spaces. Being trustworthy and transparent with your population, having peer support. It's important when you do have a model inmate that other inmates, that you allow them to participate in things, because oftentimes, you know, they look at us like, yeah, you're supposed to tell me that, you work here. But when people who have gone through what they've gone through, been there, done that, been even in that prison, gotten out, maybe they come back, those are very big turning points oftentimes in people's lives. Collaboration and mutuality. So again, minimizing the power differences. So I'm not here just to tell you when to eat, when to sleep, what to do, right? That when it comes to making a decision about what to do next based on what you shared with me, we need to make that decision again. I'm not going to tell you how to heal. I can't. I can't tell you how to feel. But we can work through how you're feeling and reach a conclusion on how to get you the best support and assistance. Oh, I lost my little thing. Empowerment, voice, and choice. So again, building on their strengths, encouraging inmates and residents to support our zero tolerance policies by reporting when they themselves witness sexual abuse. I tell our residents all the time, it's not snitching when you're keeping someone safe or helping someone to not be victimized. That's not snitching. What are you getting out of that? When we think of a snitch, we think, oh, I'm feeding Linda, this information, and therefore I get to do this or I get that, right? That's how, people on the street, right, who don't get arrested, and we know they're selling drugs because they're informants. But where's the part that you get back if you report someone being sexually victimized? You don't get anything for that. That's not snitching. That's helping someone possibly not hurt themselves or hurt someone else. We've got the cultural, historical, and gender issues to deal with. We've got to get past our stereotypes and biases about people and how they self-identify. We've got to get past it. It's not what we come to work for. Some of the unique considerations when we have to investigate some of these allegations is determining if a relationship was coerced versus consensual. Now, in our environment, in community corrections, consensual sex is not allowed. It's a violation if we find out or catch someone when we're doing house checks, room checks. You see someone sexually engaged, clearly nobody's a victim. They're just having fun. Busted. That's a program violation, but it's not a PREA issue. But we want to make sure that it really was consensual, particularly with women where we have that family dynamic that we talked about earlier. Because if Linda's the alpha female in the unit or the dorm, and I'm the new kid on the block, it may look like, and she may say, yep, that's my girl. Don't mess with her. But is it consensual, or am I with Linda for protection? That is not consent. That is not consent. So we have to make sure we understand the differences even when we feel like we've observed or seen something that appears to be consensual. So first responders, our frontline staff are the most critical group of employees in any of our facilities. They make or break us. If you're having struggles like we're having struggles right now with staffing levels, that's a serious safety issue that it presents when you don't have enough people in the right places. And it's also important that they know what to do, though, if they observe or suspect something. And I'll just summarize what you see here on the slide by saying, please train your staff that there doesn't have to be a smoking gun for them to report something. I've seen more employees come forward after something is found out. Yep, Ms. Ramona, I thought something was going on, but I didn't want to say anything because I couldn't prove anything. PREA says 51%, a preponderance of the evidence. That's what that means, 51%, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you see something or suspect something, you should say something. Let the investigation ride itself out to determine what's real and what's not. When we talk about separating the victim from the perpetrator, staff need to understand that doesn't mean just in the moment. And I'll call Phil out because we were colleagues. He's running his own show now. Poor Phil. That's what happens when you try to support somebody. You get called out. But he was very instrumental in helping our staff understand that when we say separate the victim from the perpetrator, it doesn't mean just right now. And then when it's time for a meal, they're all still going into the dining area, right? When it's after work or what have you, or maybe those two people worked at the same place, you don't let them go back to work together tomorrow. So when we say separate, that means in all ways. We have to look at then how is this person going to get their meals? How are they going to shower and bathe and take care of personal needs while we're investigating and trying to figure everything out? So that is very critical for first responders to understand. When we say separate, it takes a team to figure out truly how to separate two inmates or two residents, because there's so many things that may go on in the facility that would put them together. We have to figure out what else to do to keep them apart during that investigation. And for our staff not to try to investigate. This is not the time for you to try to impress me with your CSI skills just because you've watched 3 seasons. You're not qualified to do that. You could be re-traumatizing people by asking them questions that you're not equipped to handle, even yourself. So you want to train them to just gather the facts and report it, right? So again, that secure and control, we're not watering that down, but we're broadening it that when there's a traumatic scenario going on, that you might need to be more of an emotional support to someone who potentially has been victimized as opposed to being judgmental. Our boundaries, I can't say it enough, are important to keep. So we just, hands off is the best practice. That's all I can say. Somebody achieve something that they've worked hard for, you can give them a high five, maybe not right now because of COVID, but you can congratulate them without hugging, that kind of thing, because somebody else is saying, that hug lasted a little long, right? So even with the best of intentions, you could find yourself looped into a possible allegation. Because as soon as you tick that person off, guess what? They're going to be the ones to say, yeah, when she hugged me, she was pressing her breast up against me. Right? I mean, they'll use it. They save all of that stuff. And all you're trying to do is be supportive. Next thing you know, you're called in saying you've been named in a PREA allegation. What? Right? So we have to make sure that we're not sharing too much of our own business with or around inmates. The walls have ears. As soon as an inmate could say, oh, where's Linda today? Oh, I was just wondering if she's okay because I know she's going through a tough time. She's getting a divorce, you know. How would you know? Right? So we need to talk to Linda when she comes back. You know? So why do these things happen? So which of these do you think may be the cause or some of the causes of inappropriate relationships? So does the staff can't maintain a relationship on their own? They're suffering from problems at home, or maybe that inmate or resident looks good. I tell our new hires all the time, everybody is in our facilities. Pick who you like, they're here. Brad Pitt is here, Denzel is here, Halle Berry is here, Ariana Grande is here. If you can't engage with them professionally without having a sheepish look on your face or grinning, you probably need to have somebody else help them or deal with them because they're pegging you. They see that. I got one. I got one. Right? I got one. Yes. That's right. I have to remember that one.
Because when new employees come in, they come in with this mythological look upon their face. It can never happen to me.
That's right.
And that is the worst thing they could ever think.
Mm-hmm.
Because Baskin Robbins has 31 flavors.
That's right.
You don't see every flavor in there.
That's right.
They have a purpose and a reason why they do it.
That's right. And I am my brother and my sister's keeper. Don't let your coworker or train your staff. Don't let your coworker fall on their face.
Some people choose to fall on their face.
It happens.
Where I'm like, okay, you're doing a little too much.
Yep.
So some people make that choice.
Right. But if they continue, yes. And if they continue, though, it needs to be reported, right? Because maybe this is not the environment for them. Who wants to be breaking news all the time? You know, we don't. Don't you have more to do? I got more to do than answering to our CEO because a reporter's calling. What do we do? What happened? How do we respond? Nobody got time for that. It's hard work even on a good day. Right? So if you've read through these options, all of the above could be why. And when you do try to be your brother, your sister's keeper, and it seems to be falling on deaf ears, that's when you have to escalate that and have somebody talk to them. With men, so just to summarize everything that we've gone over, they're less likely than women to be victims of sexual abuse, but are victims and often don't see the abuse as a big deal, acting oftentimes out in anger and violence. Men don't report for many reasons and have lots of thinking errors behind that. Men who've been abused question their orientation, feel alienated, can't relax. And staff, again, we just said it, need to document those behaviors that might suggest trauma or stress and refer them to your clinical staff, whether it be mental health, etc. With women, we've seen that they will report at a higher rate than men, that they tend to be incarcerated for crimes related to drug use, forgery, theft, more property-oriented things as opposed to physical violence. Women usually internalize their stress as opposed to acting out aggressively. And often upon reentry, a major problem is self-esteem and a huge need for relationship and job training. Relationships are greatly valued with women, right? Because we talked about the Mars and Venus. You know, that's just kind of in our DNA. And so just because they're now an inmate or a resident, that doesn't change that. But we want to keep those relationships, if it's with a staff person, in a professional manner, right? And keep the lines intact even with other inmates or residents. More often use coercion and sexual pressuring with other residents rather than forcible sex. So if I'm that new kid and Linda's taking me under her wing and I'm trying to now break away because I'm not gay, and now she's touching me and telling me things that she's going to do to me, and she may say, well, go on then. Good luck, right? So it's that pressure, that fear I may have, so I'm weighing out the lesser of the evils now, right? Do I let Linda put her arm around me and kiss me and make other inmates think that I'm her new girlfriend? Or do I take a risk and separate myself from that because I really don't like it, but take a risk then of threats or other things I may be fearful of by being incarcerated? So again, confusing sex with love, oftentimes with women, and sex as a commodity, that whole assessment piece. No, I've never been victimized sexually, but have you ever let somebody touch you, or did you ever let someone, did you ever have sex with someone to get something you wanted? Well, yeah. So they need to understand that, okay? So we have just a couple minutes, and I'm going to show the video, if I can make it all happen. That this talks about transgender populations, and we have, anybody know who Dwayne Curry is? You know the name Dwayne Curry? So Dwayne
Tennessee homeowners, if you want to run your AC
incarcerated
all summer long without your electric bills going up,
is
you
out.
can't.
Elizabeth Holmes promised the world a medical revolution.
She's a trans woman, and we're going to hear a little bit about her story.
All across the country.
I'm going to put to where?
Dwayne, you know, you're sharing with us sort of a very personal and very tragic time in your life, and as I understand it, you have completely turned your life around. But there is a greater conversation that has been popping up about trans women and what facility they should be put in, whether or not they should be put in male facilities or elsewhere. Seeing as you live this, you know, what would be your guidance to officials trying to figure out a topic that it's probably a lot of people who don't have a familiarity with the trans community and are probably uncomfortable with the topic? You know, where should you have gone?
I can't make it doesn't show on here.
I can say that I should not have gone there.
Let's see if we can get the picture to come up real quick. Bear with me. We've got just a couple minutes. Because this is a really good story I'd like for you guys to see. Linda's gonna see if we can get IT real quick. We've got just about 4 minutes left. Dwayne, just to give you the backstory, Dwayne is a trans woman who served time in a state prison and then later ended up in a federal institution. And she talks now about and is an advocate for transgender populations incarcerated, for institutions to find a way and implement policies and procedures that focus on housing them safely, not just based on anatomy. We know in transgender populations, yeah, I'm trying to show a video clip that wasn't embedded in my presentation, so I don't know how to make it come up. Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we gotta do. We're gonna have you exit your presentation. This is the one we're on here? Hold on. Right now it's seeing the other screen. For the Which one was your presentation?
Well, you can take all these off. They're
Okay.
all-
Oh, you're done with the presentation? Okay, cool. I said, what in the world is that? There you go.
Can you see it on the
Yeah.
screen?
Yeah.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
No, we don't see it on the screen. Hold on. What is going on? Oh, come on. I'll detect display. Give me one display. Oh, well, I just said that. Extend these displays, duplicate these displays, keep changes, please. Okay, this does that. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry about that. Now let's make sure the audio is there though, right?
All across the country.
Yeah.
Alright,
All right. Perfect.
alright, there you are.
Thank you. So this is a much longer interview that you can Google this on YouTube. I said two different things. You can go on YouTube and search her name, D-W-E-N, Dwayne Curry, to see the full interview.
Dwayne, you know, you're sharing with us sort of a very personal and very tragic time in your life, and as I understand it, you have completely turned your life around. But there is a greater conversation that has been popping up about trans women and what facility they should be put in, whether or not they should be put in male facilities or elsewhere. Seeing as you live this, you know, what would be your guidance to officials trying to figure out a topic that I think, quite frankly, it's probably a lot of people who don't have a familiarity with the trans community and are probably uncomfortable with the topic. You know, where should you have gone?
I can say that I should not have gone there, especially, you know, I was so low level. You know, I hadn't murdered anyone, and I could have gone to a camp. And when you deal with the federal government, they're a little bit more protective and very matter of fact about how they handle us because of how everything is going. You know, how everything is happening now is, just, you know, we're fighting for what we need to fight for. So they make sure pretty much as they can that we're protected. So contingent upon what trans woman feels comfortable being placed where, but there should definitely be an option.
You know, Dwayne, I'm very happy that you were able to come on our air and tell our viewers and speak to your truth and your experience. We appreciate your time. Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So I share this, you know, with the notion, again, this is probably, and I'm speaking more kind of as a PREA auditor than a person in a correctional program. We really have to be more progressive about how we deal with trans men and women and focus on their safety as opposed to their genitalia. Because Dwayne, for example, still has a penis and suffered much abuse while she was incarcerated. She spoke more positively when she was in a federal facility about them kind of really trying more to protect her and other trans women. But not everybody's going to federal prison. Not everybody's offense rises to that level. But the protection and the consideration is just as important. So I just share with you as leaders to please look at your policies and procedures and how you determine where trans men and women who come into your facilities are housed and who makes that decision. And there are some states, is anybody here from Oregon by chance? The Oregon Department of Corrections is probably one of the most progressive correctional, state correctional agencies that I know. And they are very open about sharing information. So if you really do kind of want to know where to even start, I had the privilege at a previous ACA conference to connect with them as they spoke about LGBTI inmates as a topic. So please give that some thought and consideration for this population, because it is a fast-growing population that we are seeing in our facilities and programs, and keeping them safe needs to be a priority, not just saying you have a penis so you go here, or you have a vagina so you go there, because it really may not be the best solution and the best environment for these individuals. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Please don't forget to fill out your evaluation. I do have some paper ones up here if you prefer that. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. I was like, I better restore this so the next one I don't forget about it.
Think about, again, the safety aspect. So one of the best practices is having a way as part of their intake, classification process, is where would you feel safe? Do you feel safe with men? Do you feel safer with women? So it's not like accommodating, right? It's not just catering to them. It's about their safety.
female, how the female would feel if they had a transgender worker?
Yeah, well, the research tells us that whenever there's been a trans woman in a woman's and a female unit, that they feel much safer, they feel much more supported than with men. So the fact that they may still have a penis is a non-issue. Because if you're a trans woman, you want more than anything for that penis not to be there. But the surgery to get rid of it is at least $25,000, and most average people don't have that kind of money to fully have surgery. But they may take hormones and develop breasts, right? Even wear a bra. We saw twins who were very attractive. So you want to ask, you know, where do you feel safe? Do you feel safer with men or with women?
Thank you.
Separation by sight sounds like that's very possible, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I didn't just make up something. Cause you're not listed. So I just wrote it up here, so it's sign up there somewhere. I don't know whether that was a late ad or what. I don't know. I was saying so.
You're welcome. Thank you. Sure.
So, I'm not in a leadership position, but I just use it to help, my coworkers and everything and how they relate, to the residents and everything, because that makes a little difference. You know, when we come in, how would you like to be addressed?
Yes, yes, and all that should be part of that intake process.
Right.
You know, how do you want to be addressed? Who do you want to do your CAT searches, right? And even if they, in recognizing, again, we're not trying to water down the security and the control. So if Dwayne says, I'd rather a female do my CAT search, and then Alex is on shift and she's saying, well, I'm good with Alex, we want to question that, right? Because in the beginning she was like, oh no, I really don't want a man touching me, but now all of a sudden it's okay if Alex does. We want to question what's going on, right? Because maybe I'm sneaking contraband and Alex is one of my conspirators here. So now I don't mind if Alex searches me because I know he knows I've got some goodies hidden and he's not going to tell on me. So you want to make sure that you're, again, firm and consistent even when you make assumption is. Oh, yeah, there's a QR code on the outside of the door. You click it with your phone and it'll bring you evaluation. Thank you. If you want to reach out to me and ask, contact me and send me an email.
Okay.
And if you're interested, I can send you the actual full training.
I definitely will, because this right
Since
here.
you're in that training space.
Yeah, let me give you my phone right quick so you can know who I am when I contact you. Because when I tell you this is what we need.
Papa John's, what can I do for you? Hey, did you take all the disseminators? Decimators.
Oh, sure. I appreciate you coming.
Disseminators go.
But also, if you need them, look in that suitcase. There should be 2 full-size ones in there.
Okay. Yeah, I can't find the Yeah, remember that box you and I were going through today? wanted to, I don't know if, I'm on another job, so I'm not really in front of my computer, but just wanted to see if if you happen to know what time the truck is going to be at OCC today for pickup. Okay, thanks. I think we're shooting for like 5:36 is when Caesar said he'll be about done. So I don't know if that's what we have down. Okay, thank you.
we'll go over there and try to intercede.
Okay, either do that or.
No, the travel.
Yeah, I was going to say they have travel restrictions. I was trying to see if we can ask you.
That was
They're
before.
going to do great.
Yeah.
I've got it up here. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, hello. Hello and good afternoon. I think all the seats are taken in here. So impressed. So my name is Mary Livers, and I am the moderator of a one-person panel. Unfortunately, our two other panelists, my esteemed friends from the Louisiana Department of Corrections, Secretary LeBlanc and Natalie Laborde, who are going to be the other panelists, they have a state travel ban, and so they were not, they didn't feel like they could come. They've got issues going on, right? And it probably wouldn't make the governor very happy if things got bad and he was up here in Nashville. So they are back home taking care of business. But the good news is that we're going to make this into something special today, because you guys are going to get a chance to learn in great detail, and y'all are going to get to ask a lot of questions, and there's no bad question, and you can ask whatever you want. Now, we might not answer it, but we will invite you to ask the question. So we're just excited about this dialogue. I really want you all to be involved and learn as much as you can about this program. Now, in Louisiana, and I'm from Louisiana, by the way, we are on the top of a lot of the bad list, and we're at the bottom of a lot of the good list. That's all right. We still like being from Louisiana. I guess that makes us not so bright, but we have a lot of damn fun in Louisiana. Now, we also do some things good. And so I think this is one program that if I were to look at a lot of reentry programs that deal with the offenders or the formerly incarcerated people that have violence in their backgrounds, this would, I think, be in the top of the good list. So I'm just so proud of this program and what Louisiana's doing, and it's taken the cooperation of the Department of Corrections. It's taken the vision of the governor's office. It's taken the vision of the paroling authority, and it's taken the vision of formerly incarcerated folks who have given a lot of input and a lot of sweat equity in developing a really good program. So I would like to introduce you to Andrew Hundley, and he is the current executive director for the Louisiana Parole Project. And if y'all will indulge me just a minute, because I'm going to sit down and shut up, and then he's going to do all the talking. But I met Andrew when I was the director of juvenile justice for the state of Louisiana back in 2016. I was invited to Washington, D.C. to go talk on a panel. It was a Louisiana panel, and it was about juvenile lifers and doing away with juvenile life for juveniles, right? Life without parole, I should say, for juveniles. And we're talking about juveniles who were convicted and then went to prison for life without parole. So they were sentenced as children, right, into the adult system. And so I was invited to be part of a panel, and I went, and Andrew was on the panel, and an attorney named Keith Nordyke was on the panel, and the head of the Louisiana Pardon and Parole Board, the chairman of the Pardon and Parole Board, was on the panel. And I really didn't have much, you know, I wasn't the star role there, so I did a lot of listening, and I really, not that I've ever been really a star role anywhere, but anyway, I did a lot of listening, and I was so enthralled with what they were talking about, and I went up to them after, because that's the first time I met these people, you know, except for the chairman of the board. I knew her. But I went up to him and I said, when y'all get back to Baton Rouge, I said, I want to be part of this. I know I'm in the juvenile area, but I want to do whatever I can to help this move forward, because this is really, really important to our state. And so I was so impressed, I went back and I told Andrew, can you please, if y'all develop a board or whatever, please put me on the board. I really want to be involved. So I've been involved with this since 2016, and it's an amazing tale. And so now I'd like to introduce you to Andrew Hundley, who will take you through the journey of how this came about and where we are today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. From life sentences to life on the outside. Today, we'd like to talk about how formerly incarcerated leaders are serving as models of success in the community to men and women who've served long prison sentences. Identify effective programming and services that support the unique needs of those individuals who've served long sentences, and understand how corrections professionals can partner with formerly incarcerated people. So as Mary mentioned, Louisiana is at the top of the list as far as incarceration rates. For the last several years, we've been the #1 incarcerator per capita. We give out life sentences and de facto life sentences better than any state. Of course, we are known for Louisiana State Penitentiary at Angola. But in recent years, Louisiana has undergone a lot of reforms that have decreased our prison population. We are still the #1 incarcerator in the country per capita. But as of the first of this year, we had about 27,000 state prisoners. More than 38% of those are serving sentences of 20 years or more. About 17%, 4,500, many of them serving at Louisiana State Penitentiary, serving life sentences, just to give you a snapshot. A lot of lifers, a lot of long-termers in the prison system in Louisiana. However, since 2016, there have been many reforms. The Justice Reinvestment Initiative, a bipartisan effort between a Democratic governor and solidly Republican legislature, passed several reforms in 2017, many of which made individuals who did not have meaningful release mechanisms, gave them an opportunity for parole. The year before that, in 2016, Mary mentioned juvenile lifers. The Montgomery decision, coming on the heels of Miller v. Alabama, Montgomery v. Louisiana, made juvenile lifers across the country immediately parole eligible. And every year since 2017, the Louisiana legislature has done some legislative reforms, increasing the number of cohorts that are parole eligible. In Louisiana, we have a 2045 parole eligibility. If you do not have a life sentence, in most cases, you are eligible after serving 20 years and reaching the age of 45. Many individuals, 99-year sentence is very common in Louisiana for armed robbery. So a lot of de facto lifers were given parole eligibility over the last few years. Louisiana State Penitentiary, very unique place, big lifer population, the type of prison where the lifers run the prison in so many senses. The maintenance staff, very few civilian employees at the prison. Prisoners who've been there a long time and have developed skills are dependent on to keep the place going. One concept that's been introduced in the last several years is budget cuts have taken place, and there is less vocational staff available. Also an increase in vocational programmings mean that lifers with skills are leading as mentors in the classroom, whether that's welding, carpentry, masonry skills, over 20 vocational programs that lifers at Angola serve as mentors. teaching those vocational skills. Lifers also have the opportunity to strive for self-improvement at Louisiana State Penitentiary. They have the opportunity to get a 4-year degree at the New Orleans Baptist and Theological Seminary. Also have the opportunity to go through adult education, get their high set, one of these vocational programs. There is a culture that you strive for self-improvement in that prison. Also, because we have so many lifers who for so long didn't have release mechanisms, a lot of people are dying in prison. There aren't funds to have hospice staff, so there is a inmate-run hospice program where individuals care for one another in their final days. So I bring that up, those things up, because there are concepts of peer mentorship already happening in prison in Louisiana. Concept of caring for one another. So in recognizing that we're preparing people who are doing these life sentences, these long-term sentences, to have skills that will translate, what can we do to create opportunities for them to continue these practices post-release? Long-termers are different. Anyone who's studied criminology, read a few papers, know that individuals are, once they get older, they're less likely to display criminal behavior. So on the Department of Corrections in Louisiana's risk assessment tool, individuals who've served these long sentences who are older are usually low risk. Even on the needs assessment, oftentimes they will be deemed as low risk, low needs. However, they do have unique needs. The world has changed in the last 20, 30, 40 years since they've been incarcerated, and so many of them have outlived their families. In Louisiana in particular, after Katrina, New Orleans is a totally different place. For some people who will be coming home, their families were displaced from the New Orleans area after Katrina. So they come home to a totally different world and a lack of family support. Chances are, if their family was living in poverty decades ago when they went to prison, their family's probably still living in poverty. They are mature but institutionalized. They have learned skills, and they are an integral part of keeping the prison operating, and it's a world that they thrive in. But our charge is to help them transition so they can continue to thrive. So Louisiana Parole Project, a 501c3 nonprofit, was founded in 2016 on the heels of the Montgomery decision. It was recognized in Louisiana. We had about 300 juvenile lifers that were affected by the Montgomery decision, including Mr. Montgomery, who would suddenly be parole eligible, and there was no sort of reentry organization that was on the ground that would do the kind of hand-holding we knew would be necessary when these individuals started to get opportunities to come home. We also recognized that they, in most cases, could not afford the sort of legal representation before the parole board that would increase their opportunities to come home. So Parole Project formed a partnership with Louisiana State University Law Center, where most juvenile lifers would be getting representation before the parole board whenever their time came. So our goal, practicing peer-mentored reentry support for individuals who've served long prison sentences based on evidence that we had seen in other areas that peer-mentored reentry shows signs of working. Our mission statement at Parole Project, we enhance public safety through advocacy, programming, and services for persons who have served long prison sentences so they may reach their full potential. What's really key for us, we're not just a group trying to get old guys out of prison. We're not just a group trying to reform the prison system. We want to enhance public safety. That is key for us. We aren't just getting people out of prison. We want them to be thriving in the community. We want them to make their community stronger. As far as stakeholder engagement, we have been very successful because from the beginning we have strove to ensure that individuals who are affected by our work and work in the same space, obviously the Department of Corrections, the Parole and Pardon Boards, the Division of Probation and Parole, and local law enforcement, that we were seen as a resource, not an adversarial relationship, but a resource, a partner. So we share information, and obviously where we were in 2016 and where we are today is totally different because we had to prove that that mission statement was true. But today we are called upon by corrections officials and seen as true partners because we are seeing individuals that I'm speaking about come home and not only not return to prison, but thrive in communities and lead successful lives. For example, we follow through on our commitments as an organization. If we tell a parole officer that we're going to do something, we're going to do it. Not because just this situation, because we want them to be able to depend on us in the future. We share information about our clients. They share information with us. Same goes with the department. When we're able to screen our clients through a cooperative with the Department of Corrections, we are able to go into prisons. We are able to bring formerly incarcerated people back into prisons, and the correction officials know that we're not trying to sneak contraband in. We're trying to prepare people for their potential release, because it doesn't start on the day that they're released. It doesn't start the day of their parole hearing. It starts months before. So, before a parole hearing, as I noted, we identify our prospective clients. So the people we work with are men and women who've served 20 years or more in prison. Those individuals also would have had to show a commitment to rehabilitation while they are incarcerated, which more often than not, individuals who've served that much time usually meet our criteria. Lack of recent disciplinary reports, a commitment to improve their education, if they had a history of substance abuse issues, that they've worked to address those issues while they were incarcerated. Obviously, we are representing lifers and de facto lifers. These are generally all violent cases. They have taken advantage of anger management classes while they're in prison, and they have not shown a pattern of violence towards staff or other prisoners. Those are red flags for us. We go into prisons and interview our clients. During the pandemic, we've been fortunate enough, because of our relationship, to be able to continue to interview clients through Zoom and phone conferences. But we go in. One thing I will get into in a little while is our staff is made up of formerly incarcerated people. So when I say that our staff know the people that they're going and interviewing, they literally know them because they've served time with them. And most people, as you can assume, do not have appropriate or I should say realistic expectations of what to expect when they come home. So we work before they're released to start getting them to understand what realistic expectations are when they come home. Something we often say is that brother or sister or girlfriend who has visited you once a month for the last several years, who has regular phone calls and emails with you, when you come home, there's a good chance that they're going to flake. So be prepared for that. be prepared. There's a cousin that you haven't spoken to in 20 years is going to be a really strong ally. Just be prepared for that. Be prepared that just because you want to start a business, because you want to start a nonprofit, because you want to save the world, you want to talk to all at-risk youth, understand it's not going to work out like that. And we find that those clients who are willing to understand what's realistic and what's not realistic have a better opportunity at being successful. We offer our services in a contract to the client. Our services are pro bono. Our contract with them gives them the understanding we expect them to follow rules up front. We develop a client-specific reentry plan. While we have fidelity to our model, and the first phase of our program is the same for each client, we recognize that every individual is different, and we are not so rigid in our expectations of clients as to not change whenever it's necessary for a specific client. We work with family and other reentry partners. It's really important that we have a relationship with the family, and we've learned this over our experiences in the last 5 years. Whenever 3 months, 6 months, 2 years after a person's released, and we aren't around them around the clock, their family's going to be. Their family's going to be the individuals that notice that they're falling into substance abuse issues. Their families are going to be the ones that find out that they're lost their job. Their families are going to find out, be the first ones to know they're making bad decisions. So we make it a priority that we develop relationships with the families, so the families see us as an ally. We're not parole officers. We're not the people who are going to turn you in when we find out. We're the people who are going to get you help and get you on the right track, so that when someone starts messing up, the family member will notify us before law enforcement or the parole officer finds out that they're messing up and it's too late to save them. So in a lot of instances, having those relationships with families allows us to intervene before clients spiral out of control. And finally, we work to provide that legal representation and advocacy before the parole board, where we prepare the client for the parole hearing. We develop a reentry plan that we present to the parole board, and 5 years later, whenever we show up at a parole hearing, the parole board has a lot of confidence in our program and a lot of confidence that we're going to follow through on the things that we say. And then the client's released if he or she are granted parole, and we're there to pick them up at the front gate. We don't let them go home for a weekend. We don't let them go visit your family a couple weeks and then come see us. We're literally there to get them day one. So our program consists of 5 phases. But generally the first phase is orientation and intensive reintegration. Those first few weeks that a client is home, a client that, and I know this could be said about someone who served a short prison sentence, but individuals who've served these long sentences, there's an intensive reintegration. I like to tell people that the 3 most popular shows at Angola are Young and the Restless, Jerry Springer, and Maury Povich. And I don't think Jerry Springer's on anymore, so I'm not sure what's filling that time. And the reason I bring that up, Young and the Restless is the most popular program because it's dependable. People are in routines, and they know every day at 3 o'clock they sit down in front of that TV and they could see what's going on with Victor Newman. And then they huddle later on in the day at the water cooler to talk about what they just saw. But the reason I bring up the Jerry Springer and the Maury Povich is because this is the media that they're consuming. So they assume that someone from Jerry Springer, they assume someone who is transgender is a man who's trying to trick them to sleep with them. And they assume from Maury Povich that no one knows who their baby daddy is. So these are the kind of things that we want immediately to intervene and help them understand that this isn't what society is really about. So in addition to that, some other skills that I'll go through in our first phase, what kind of programming and services we offer during that first phase. Step down transition then refers to after they're through with those first few weeks, we feel comfortable. You know, they've learned how to use a phone. They've learned how to put the phone away. We're comfortable with them going to work. We're going to find them a job. And one thing I didn't mention is we're fortunate when we first started the organization, we rented one apartment. And today we own 14 properties. Really, it's expanded our capacity having those properties. But this is a residential reentry program that we operate. So the client's been reintegrated. We're ready to find them a job because we want them to get into the routine of working and getting their first paycheck so we can work with them. We've talked about the concepts of financial management. So now they're going to work and start getting paychecks, and we could start monitoring what they're doing with their money and helping them out with those things. And frankly, you know, a lot of people, it's not good for them to go immediately to their family because their families are chaotic or their families are still living in poverty. So it's sort of a time for the client to figure out what's best for them. Is it better for me to go home and live with my family, my fiance, my sister, or do I want to start a new life? One thing I will mention, a lot of juvenile lifers who come home through our program committed crimes in rural communities. They're known for the worst thing they ever did in a podunk town, and there's no opportunity for them to go back there. So we're giving them the opportunity to rebuild their life in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where we're based, in a community where no one knows who they are. Even if they were from Baton Rouge, there's so much time that's passed, no one recognizes you. And we work during that step-down transition for them to learn routines, learn good routines. One thing I also want to mention about the house, our houses look very nice. I remember the first time when we bought a few houses, decorated them, parole officer came and looked at it and said, wow, y'all are spoiling these guys. The secretary of the Department of Corrections came in and looked and said, this may be too nice. And it's not luxury, but what we wanted was individuals to know what normal is. Because so many people who went to prison never lived in a normal home. We want them to know this is normal. That way when they go home and see families or friends and they're in their house and it's a chaotic environment, we want them to know that's not normal. So they live in our house, they go through their routines. A lot of our clients had substance abuse histories. They're going to start attending AA&A while they're with us. We're going to find them a sponsor in our community. We're going to find them a volunteer opportunity in our community. Everyone wants to speak to at-risk kids. There's only so many at-risk kids to speak to, but we work to find our clients something in the community so they can start thinking about this is an opportunity for me, number one, to be a part of this community, but number two, start to repair some of the harm that I have caused. And we work to make them see that link. And finally, guided community reentry is at the point they leave our residence. They've been working, they've earned enough money. We feel confident to let them go and rent their own apartment, or we've checked out the situation with the family, friends, they're going to go and move. They move, we ensure before they move, if it's outside our Baton Rouge community, that they're going to find a new AA meeting, that they have their reentry plan is updated to identify what's going on in that community. We're going to call that probation and parole office in that new community and let them know, hey, this is a parole project client, these are the services we're providing. Please let us know if you need us to get involved in something with this client. Make sure they have a new job in that community. So we're following up on all these things. We have peer mentors on staff, formerly incarcerated people, who are going to continue to do case management for them, who are going to continue to have, video conferences with them. Periodically, we will visit clients depending on where they are in the state and remain a part of their life. They remain in the program for a minimum of 1 year. If after 1 year the client's doing well and they graduate to phase 5 in our program, they become an inactive file. What I can tell you is most of our clients are ever present in our lives, even whenever they've done their time to go into Phase 5 in our program. We remain in contact with them. They remain in contact with us. We've built a community, over 200 lifers and de facto lifers since 2016 have come through our program. And thinking back to 2016 in Louisiana, a lifer going home was the equivalent of winning the lottery. Something that didn't happen very often. Governors didn't utilize their clemency powers very often, and there wasn't parole release mechanisms. So 200 seems like a small number. It's a pretty big number. Less than 1% recidivism rate for individuals who've come through our program. We get asked all the time, why can't this resource be available for everyone? Well, we put a lot of energy into our work. So it cost a lot of money and a lot more resources than we obviously have. But it does paint and also I will concede, our clients are low risk, as I said earlier, because of their age, they're low risk. However, we also know that if individuals' needs aren't met, they can become high risk. So we're meeting those needs, removing barriers, and we're building a sense of community, which is the same thing that they had at Angola, and we're allowing them to use those same skills they've learned in Angola, same concepts in the community. And there are former lifers now from North Louisiana to New Orleans to Southwest Louisiana. You may or may not be familiar. Several months ago, there was a hurricane that passed through Southwest Louisiana. A former lifer who came through our program that had just bought a home there. Home was destroyed. Lifers came from all over the state who were released to go and help that person in his community. So there is this sense of brotherhood and sisterhood, but they don't just keep that within themselves. They're being active in their own communities. So I'll go back to Phase 1. Someone's just got out of prison. They've served, we have clients who've served as little as 20 years and as much as 61 years. We had a client who came home a couple years ago. Dwight Eisenhower was president when he was 17 and got a life sentence. He was not the most institutionalized client we've had, believe it or not. He has his driver's license and he's driving. I would recommend don't get in the car with him. But he hasn't gotten in a wreck yet, something that I can't say. So the things that we look at in our clients, and look, this has expanded since day one. We've responded to the needs we've seen in our clients who've come home. Social norms. This goes back to what I was saying earlier with Jerry Springer and Maury Povich. We teach them this is what's accepted in society. What was flirtation 30 years ago is sexual harassment or perhaps even a crime today. What in your home, what you thought was normal behavior between the behavior you saw your father displaying at home, abusive behavior, isn't normal. That's not something that is accepted in the community today. So just catching them up. Whenever everyone who's coming home from prison wants to be accepted for who they are. We know that prisons are behind times, so Angola is no different. The culture at Angola is, to be discriminatory against people with different sexual orientations. So if you don't want someone discriminating against you as a formerly incarcerated person, don't discriminate against someone else. Accept people for who they are. So we're not trying to be the morality police, but we are trying to open people's minds to what's modern day society's like. Employment skills. Now our clients come home with skills to do the job. When I say employment skills, teaching them workplace etiquette, teaching them what's expected on the job. Financial management and banking. In the prisons there is pre-release programming, and so we piggyback on that. They may learn some financial management before they come home, but we're actually going to take them to the bank to open up a bank account. We work with local financial institutions that provide their literacy officers to do training to our clients. Everyone coming home from prison has bad credit or no credit. Also keep in mind that a very likely victim of identity theft is someone who's doing a life sentence, because they'll never know that someone's stolen their identity. So we have had cases of clients coming in and someone has used their identity, but we're working to help them build that credit, learn good skills. Consumer skills. The day that a client comes home, we have a routine that first day. Pick them up from a prison. We have an intake process. We want to get them out of their prison garb, put free world clothes on them. By that night, they get to pick, the meal of their choice on the organization. It's the first and last time that we're going to do that. And most of the time, people pick seafood. It is Louisiana. There's no seafood served at Angola. I am surprised how often people say, I just want a Big Mac. And I say, are you sure you can get a Big Mac tomorrow? But consumer skills, in between those, them getting out and us taking them to get seafood, we make a trip to Walmart or Target. And there's a few things going on there. We want to start teaching them consumer skills. You know, for so long they've been limited by, these are your choices. And that's really a big part of what's going on, is they've been told for so long, this is what you do when you do it, and you have these limited choices. And a really good opportunity to start getting them to start thinking about, you have multiple choices and you have to be smart about those choices, is bring them to a Walmart and teach them now, instead of one toothpaste in the commissary, there's all these different toothpastes. We also get to teach them marketing tricks. At that time, there was a client, I remember saying, we got into the toothpaste aisle, and he said, I want to get some of that tooth whitening toothpaste. And I said, if you use it every day, it will whiten your teeth. Pick any one of them. But they go through and they have all these different options, and we can teach them, you know, how to price compare. Whenever we go through checkout, you know, for the first time they're learning how to put a debit card. These clients have never used a debit card. Okay, most people, they've been incarcerated that long. Putting a debit card into a machine, putting a PIN in, the things that we take for granted, they have to practice. And if somebody is too embarrassed to learn these things, what are they going to do? That we want them to be comfortable. We want them to be a part of the community. We don't want them to feel reserved and embarrassed from doing things that we all take for granted. So we teach them those things. But really the main thing that's going on, the common thread I can tell you about anyone getting out of prison who's been incarcerated that long, they come out with the idea that everyone can tell they just came out of prison and nobody wants them around, and people are offended that they're even shopping with them in the store. And we want to break that down. We don't want people to be awkward. We don't want people to feel like we want people to be a part of the community. So we're breaking down in that first trip, that's first day, breaking down that social anxiety, social awkwardness. Technological literacy. That return trip to Walmart a few days later, now we're going through self-checkout, teaching them how to do self-checkout. But even first, the day they get out of prison, we're also giving them, I like to say, none of our clients have ever used a cell phone, but you know, there's always some who had, and we could always tell day one who has used a cell phone in prison and not, with how quickly they pick. We literally have clients that 3 weeks pass and they can't figure out how to slide their finger apart and use a phone, and then every once in a while we'll have a client who magically knows, you know, how to do it all. But most clients, you know, teaching them that technology, but also teaching them how to use that phone. We're fortunate we have a lot of support from Louisiana State University. We have undergraduate interns that are assigned to come into our office, and they work with clients on learning how to use their cell phone, learning how to fill out job applications, learning how to do Google searches. So kind of went piggybacking earlier on workplace etiquette. clients are learning how to use the phone for the first time and then they can't put it down. So we have to teach them the etiquette of putting it away when they go on a job interview, when, not to have their ringer on blast, disturbing people, things that we find annoying, another social norm. One thing we've learned recently that we've added, people who have done all this time in prison are very susceptible to scams. From anything, the Social Security scam, don't hang up the phone, you have an arrest warrant, you need to go get a bank card, if you hang up the phone, I'm going to arrest you. It's happened to a client who got on a dating website and didn't realize that it was too good to be true, and he sent all of his savings from his first job to someone, no telling where, in the hopes that it would buy this person a plane ticket to come and meet him. So we've worked to help our clients identify what those scams are. Stress management, having our clients cope with stress. One thing I should add to this, in social norms, also services we do, we break down, try to break down the idea of this mental health stigma, that clients who are stressed or do have mental health issues, that they understand that it's okay to say that they have mental health issues, that it's okay to seek help, and that we will, accept them, and they have other peers who are willing to tell them the same story. Family and community reintegration, I've talked a lot about that, but that's really important for us to get them reunified with their families and making connections for the organizations with families. Get them into driving school. Most of our clients never had a driver's license. If they were old enough to have a driver's license, if they were leading a life of crime, who the heck has a driver's license? So most of our clients, we work to get them in driving school in those first few weeks. Get them in driving school, get them Medicaid, do all these things the first few weeks that they're out. That way when they start a job, they don't have to ask their boss 1 or 2 weeks in, can I get some time off to go to driving school? Can I get some time off to go to the Social Security office because I need to get a copy of my Social Security card? We want to do all those things the first few weeks, remove all those barriers, so when they start that job, there's no excuse for them to take a day off of work. And finally, healthcare navigation. Obviously, our clients have been incarcerated so long. So many of them know I take a white pill at noon and a green pill at night. They don't even know the medication that they're taking. Educating them to that, teaching them, that they may have, because there's always the stigma and the cynicism in prison that, healthcare providers don't care about me, so I'm just not going to complain about any ailment. We don't want them to carry on that mindset on the outside. We schedule them their first PCP appointment. We teach them how to fill their medication. We want them to understand, because families, as much family support as they have, so often families don't even know how to do these things or don't have the time or patience to teach them. So anytime I do a presentation, I like to show this picture, mostly because I weighed about 50 pounds less right here. But also, this is a client who spent 40 years in prison, and this is in St. Francisville, right outside of Angola. We have this routine, day one routine. We've picked this client up from Angola. We're off of Angola Road. We're going to stop and put some gas in the tank, because we want the guy to get out the car and just feel that freedom, breath of fresh air. But here's the lesson. Here's a debit card. We're going to pay for gas at the pump. So many people, there wasn't even pay for gas at the pump whenever they went to prison. So this is just, we're starting little things, little lessons. Here's an opportunity to teach them consumer skill. Here's an opportunity to teach them some technology skills. Mostly because I was skinny and I like showing that picture. So I told you earlier, we would talk about what some of these individuals who are coming home, what they're doing in the community, how they're transcending from peer leaders in prison to peer leaders on the outside. This is Christy. She was given a life sentence at 16 years old. Really horrible situation, as so often is the case with women and girls who go through the justice system. Her 20-year-old boyfriend killed someone. She was with her boyfriend because Louisiana, there's no such thing as principles. She didn't want to testify against this boy she was in love with, so she took that life sentence with him, and she was about 18, 19 years old before she realized, oh my God, what have I done? But she spent 25 years in prison thanks to the Miller and Montgomery rulings. She got a second chance. Today she works as a parole project reentry specialist. She works with our clients who are coming home. She's one of the people who are picking someone up at the front gate, bringing them to Walmart, visiting them a year after they've been out, checking up on them, taking their phone calls. She was recently appointed by the governor to serve on Louisiana Women's Incarceration Task Force. Next, Lewis, life sentence at 17, also paroled after 25 years. He's actually the only employee that we've ever had in Parole Project that's left us. Happened just recently, but he became a case manager for Catholic Charities. So tell you something about Lewis really quick. Lewis was the kind of guy in prison. He was a grunt, and I mean that as he was always someone that had a job getting his hands dirty, always a hard worker. His last job, he was a trustee for Louisiana State Police as a helicopter mechanic. So a really talented guy. We hired him as a reentry specialist. He didn't have very good technological skills, taught him how to use a laptop. What we knew about him is in prison, he had a lot of credibility because of his character. And he was a helper in prison, and people looked up to him. And we knew after he was a client, we helped him get out, helped him get a job. After about 6 months of him doing this process himself, we hired him as a reentry specialist. And it's amazing today, Catholic Charities poached him from us. They're paying him a lot more money than we can pay him. He has his firstborn child's a year old. He's just really doing great. Matthew Pineda, life sentence at 17, paroled after 33 years. He is a Parole Project reentry specialist. He was also appointed by the Secretary of the Department of Corrections to serve on DOC's Families of the Incarcerated Council. Some clients who've come home, Parole Project clients. This is Roderick and Frederick, 17 and 16 years old, caught a life sentence together. This picture is Frederick the day he came home, not the day he came home, but approximately 2 weeks after he came home, we brought him to visit his family. Both spent over 40 years in prison. Both were Angola's two best carpenters. The warden wasn't happy that we got the two best carpenters in the prison paroled at the same time, but luckily they had trained a lot of guys to take their places. Today, one brother continues to be a carpenter. He's a house builder doing really well. The other brother actually has a sales job now and is doing really well, utilizing, he was a member of Toastmasters in prison. So he's utilizing his Toastmaster skills. He says, I don't want to be an old carpenter. I want to use this gift of gab. Very successful salesman now. Lou, on the left, life sentence at 16, did 44 years in prison. I show this picture of him getting a license because this is one of the first great achievements that our clients have. They've been home a few weeks, never had a driver's license. They go through 60 years old going through driving school with 20, 16-year-olds. First test they've probably taken in a long time, do the driving test. This is just a great moment for all of our clients. And then speaking of driving, Bob Thibodeau, who operated heavy equipment and farm equipment on Angola's property, came home, said he wanted to learn how to drive trucks, tried to temper him on that, realistic expectations. He accepted. We're glad he did because now he went through diesel driving school, found someone that took a chance on him. He was making trips on the road in big trucks, ended up getting hired by the state of Louisiana, so he drives big. He's now, it's an inside joke, and one thing I'll say, we have 8 former clients who are state employees now. And it's amazing that the state is seeing the value, but it's a chuckle with all the clients because they said, well, the state's finally paying me what I'm worth. This is actually Christy the day she came home. Christy and Ricky on the left and Butch on the right came home the same day. All 3 of them have in common they were all teenagers when they got life sentences. They came home on the same day. They have a unique bond because they went through the reentry process together. They're still really close and stay in touch. Ricky's an electrician. Butch works at the Folgers plant in New Orleans. Finally, here's an exception to a rule I told you earlier. This is Bojack with his dog Termite. Bojack did over 40 years at Angola, very accomplished carpenter who came home and with this idea, I want to start my own small business. I want to work for myself doing woodwork. Well, we encouraged him, why don't you go work for someone for a year and save your money? But he was insistent. He got a job, but he was insistent. He worked very hard, and after about 9 months of being home, he rented a building, started buying equipment. He's been home for about 1.5 years, and he still has his job, but part-time, he's doing pretty good in his side business, making furniture. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, as you've already figured, that I was 15 years old whenever I got a life sentence. I served just under 20 years in prison. I was the first juvenile lifer in prison to be granted parole in 2016, and I helped co-found Louisiana Parole Project. And one thing that I recognize is I am where I am today because of opportunities. One, I have to point out that I am a product of privilege because even though I was a 15-year-old given a life sentence, I was very privileged in prison in how I was treated, and I was given opportunities. Even though I was a lifer, I was given opportunities to get in rehabilitative classes. I was given leadership opportunities. I was always given good jobs. I was given an opportunity to further my education. I was the first juvenile lifer in Louisiana to be granted parole, not because I was the person who had served the most time or the person who was the best of the best, and they said this is the person. I was the guy whose family could afford to hire him an attorney, and I maneuvered the legal system in a way that I was parole eligible before other juvenile lifers, and was the first one to get a parole hearing. I'm going to be honest with you, I thought I was going to get denied. I thought I would go up for parole multiple times, and one day they're going to get tired of telling me no. I was very fortunate as a 34-year-old who was doing a life sentence to come home, so a world of opportunities awaited me. And some of the pictures, first pictures of me going to pick up a friend from prison. Next pictures, the Louisiana Bar Foundation gave us the Children's Law Award a couple of years ago. Receiving that award at the Louisiana State Supreme Court was an exciting moment. I get invited to speak at the Rotary Club and local organizations to talk about the work we're doing in the community. Louisiana State University gave me an opportunity to be a student in now Loyola University, where I just finished my master's degree in criminology and justice. I am a one-trick pony. I do what I'm good at. But having opportunity, I was scared to death, just as I talked to y'all earlier about that social awkwardness. I actually was scared when LSU accepted me. I thought to myself, how long is it going to be, a week or two, before one of my classmates figures out they've got a convicted murderer sitting next to them, and they're going to complain, and the university is going to kick me out. Very fortunate that I never had a problem. I also obviously sat on the back of the class, did not talk to my classmates very often, did not want to draw attention to myself. but very fortunate that I had those opportunities. I like to say I'm not an exception to the rule, but I'm an example of what happens when there's good policy and we give people opportunities. And that's something that I'm cognizant of in the work that we do. Some of our clients are more high maintenance than others. I tell my staff if it was not for those clients, we would not have jobs. Love those tough clients. They are job security for you. Obviously the next photo, the greatest opportunity I've had was my beautiful wife took a chance on me, and we've been married for 2.5 years now, and became a homeowner. Actually, we just sold that house, and we've bought another house, so I need to update this photo. So just the theme that I want to preach, leave you with is opportunities. You know, I am where I am today because of these opportunities. We recognize with individuals who are coming out of prison, who have served these long prison sentences, we obviously have a well thought out, peer mentored program that's working. A lot of resources have gone to it. We've done a lot of work over the last 5 years to build it up. We've not only seen an extremely low recidivism rate, but we don't measure ourselves by recidivism. We measure ourselves by, are our clients employed? Do they have stable housing? Do they remain sober? Are they complying with probation and parole rules and guidelines? Are they reconnecting with their family, and are they connecting with their community? Volunteer opportunities, so on and so forth. So those are the 5 things we measure client success by. And I will say that having formerly incarcerated people that are working as peer mentors in our program, it does work. They like what they're doing. They want to keep their job. They protect their reputation. They are very cognizant that their integrity is on the line and means, is the difference between our success. So what I will say, if we can make this work in Louisiana, in a state where suddenly these people with life sentences have come home, this is a model that can work in other places. Thank you.
Formerly incarcerated people with violent backgrounds and violent crimes, which I think makes it even more amazing that state of Louisiana has been able to do this, and it's thrilling. So I know that y'all have a ton of questions, right? And so we'll start with you now.
Did you say how long each phase was? I might have missed it, orientation and intensive.
So I didn't, but I will do my best off my memory. So the first phase is generally a few weeks. It depends on the client. It depends. All these, one thing I should say, we have formerly incarcerated peer mentors. When I showed you that list of programs that we work with the first few weeks, we're depending on volunteers in the community, subject matter experts to come in. So sometimes we can get them in, people through the program in 3 weeks. Sometimes it may be 3.5, 4 weeks. So after that first phase, the second phase, then phase 2 is a minimum of 90 days. Phase 3 is a minimum of 90 days. Phase 4 is a minimum of 180 days. Then, so that's 1 year to get to phase 5. The phases dictate how much contact my staff has to have with clients.
Okay, great. While we're doing question and answer, I've got some evaluation forms. Go ahead, sir.
Obviously, the facilities have bought into this program. How long before they enter the reentry phase does the facility take an active part in doing assessments and preparing them for that process?
3 to 6 months before. Most of our clients are parole candidates. They're discretionary releases. If we have about 10% of the time our clients have good time dates or full-term dates, and they've served over 20 years, and obviously we take them too. But so we're monitoring parole dates. The minimum is someone in Louisiana is going to be set for parole 4 months ahead of time. So generally 3 to 6 months. Sometimes we know before their parole date's set and we start working with. We actually have had clients we've worked with before that, but we won't start building the plan until we know that parole hearings down the pipeline 3 to 6 months ahead of time. Yes, sir.
I love the program. The funding to get started. I know that's a big option in North Carolina. We have some similar programs. The funding is always what we run into big challenges.
So funding, yeah, so I remember when we first started, obviously I knew nothing about running a nonprofit. We had this abstract concept, and we started asking foundations for money. And obviously their questions were, well, who else is giving you money? Well, nobody. And what work have you done so far? Well, none, because we need the money to do the work. And so, well, get some other funders and do the work, and we'll buy in when you start the work and other people buy in. So initially, we had a couple of donors. There were a couple of us that had jobs and were doing this volunteer, and we have some money put aside for client support when they come home and renting the apartment we were renting. A couple of small individual donors. And then once the Department of Corrections fully bought into what we're doing, and I'm going to be honest, the Department of Corrections didn't buy into the formerly incarcerated people that were doing the work at first. We had board members like Dr. Livers, and we built our initial board, a former member of the Parole and Pardon Board, a former attorney who worked closely with the department. So we built our board to give the Department of Corrections that there were adults in the room, watching all of this, to where we are today. The Department of Corrections doesn't call Dr. Livers, they'll call Andrew directly. So once we got to the point we had that relationship, the Department of Corrections was willing to put pen to paper and say, we're depending on this organization to do reentry work with these people who are suddenly going home. Please consider investing. We had one foundation in Baton Rouge that gave us a significant investment. And when that first organization took a chance, then other organizations started taking a chance. Then the legislature allocated funding after the Justice Reinvestment legislation, and then the Department of Corrections kicked in some money. And so today, our budget, we found, I mentioned we own 14 properties now. We have one foundation who was responsible for buying 12 of those 14 properties. They won't give us operational money, but they'll give us capital money. So to where we are today, now we figured out how to leverage money. We'll find an organization who's willing to give us money if someone else is willing to give us money, or they'll match a significant individual donor's money. So we figured it out, but it's very tough how to start. And what I will say, in my opinion, the Department of Corrections putting pen to paper, vouching for us, and telling a foundation, we need you to give them money, was very helpful to us.
Could you talk just a little bit more about the house, where you have them, what kind of houses you have, the management of those houses?
Certainly. First, we have a formerly incarcerated lifer who was a preacher at Angola, a guy that's above reproach. He was a client of ours. We got him out, got a job. After about 6 months, we hired him after we bought our first couple houses to be our house manager. He continues to be. He lives, so it's fortunate he's in his early 70s, good health. He's a bachelor, so he lives at the houses, doesn't mind, so it's a perfect situation. He lives on site. He checks on the houses every day, does transportation for our clients. We operate one women's house, not because we're not invested in our women clients, just there are much more men incarcerated than women. So we have one transitional house for women, 6 transitional houses for men. They're all in the same community, very close to Louisiana State University. A few years ago, LSU built a lot of new student housing right around the university. So investors who owned properties that were renting to students suddenly saw their investment properties were becoming liabilities. These were properties that were already zoned as multifamily units. So we knew we wanted to buy multifamily units so we didn't have an issue of more than 2 or 3 unrelated people living in a house together. And so we just had some really good opportunities spring up. All of our houses are in the same neighborhood, blocks away from each other. And in addition to that, we also now have 7 rental units, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom units that we rent to clients when they're through with the transition process, ready to get their own apartment. If they struggle with getting their own apartment, we rent to them. It is my experience that the background check is not as much of a hindrance as it is the credit check and rental history, because at the end of the day, landlords want to know that you can afford to live with them and that you have a history of paying their bills. So if they rent from us, they accomplish 2 things. 1, they have a rental history when they're ready to rent somewhere else. 2, it gives them more time to build their credit up. One thing I will say about housing, obviously many of our clients are older. We've had success with our clients who are over 62 that don't have long-term, they may not be able to earn, they may have part-time jobs, they may be dependent on Social Security, but they are not going to be the client that can really afford to rent their own apartment, but they don't have family to go home to. Section 202 housing, elderly, low income, has been an amazing resource for us. We have 10 clients between 2 Section 202 providers. They're very nice apartments, very spacious apartments, and our clients pay 1/3 of whatever their income is. So some clients, and actually a little less. So we have clients that are paying $120, $150 a month for that. So I always encourage people, if you're not familiar with Section 202 housing, it's great for older clients. Honestly, no, we didn't. We did some calling around to what other. We have a unique program in the sense that we do the legal representation. So a lot of groups will do the reentry similar to us. We obviously think we do it better than everyone, but similar to us, that someone's released and then they get them. So I think we're unique in we start with them early, and we have the legal representation within our organization. So we invest a lot in the clients. But where I'm going with it is we sort of built it on experiences of formerly incarcerated people who came out. And then at the same time, I was an undergrad sociology, criminology student, and then I went into grad school. So what helped was at the same time that we were refining this organization, I was learning concepts on best practices that then I was able to go back and apply within the organization. So now I know where those resources are, and we look to them. Thank you for mentioning the assessment, because one thing I did not mention, to piggyback to your story about the phases, to move, we do 5, we have an in-house assessment we use. that actually Loyola University is doing research on right now, and hopefully is going to put out a paper on the efficacy of the model. But day one, into the first phase, into the second phase, end of each phase, not the end of phase 5, into phase 4, because when you're in phase 5, you're inactive. But at 5 times in a year, we give the same assessment, 50 questions on a Likert scale, and it guides our clients answer what their efficacy is on a range of issues. And I'll give you an example. A client comes home day one, and you ask them, how confident are you that you can buy your own auto insurance? And on a scale from 1 to 5, oh, 4, yeah, 5, I can do that. And then 3 weeks later, you ask that same question, and they may say 2. And it's not that our client's self-efficacy is going down. They learn in those first few weeks how much they don't know. And then after that, we're monitoring, because it's client, whenever staff is calling and asking, how are you doing? Everything's going great. They have to ask those questions and see where a client's reporting that they're not a 5, because after they're out 6 months, you should be close to a 5 everywhere. And if you're not, instead of just asking you, how are you doing, we're asking specific questions that'll hopefully raise a red flag that we need to do something, provide you a resource that we're not providing you. Sure. It was actually developed by while I was an LSU student, LSU law student who was a sociologist, master's level sociologist, helped create it, and then I took it to the LSU sociology department and shared it with all my professors and let them red ink it. So, and now it's being studied by research projects, so hopefully I get the stamp of approval after we have a few years worth of data on it. So to answer that question before I forget, yeah, we get invited a lot to speak to local high schools, to speak to local church groups. We also, the local juvenile court contacts us quite often to pair one of our clients as a mentor with someone who's going through the court process. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I didn't go into I talked a lot about the programming in phase 1, but there's a lot of service work our staff does in the first week, and part of that is it's not frequent. I could probably count on 2 hands the number of clients who had their quarters in before they went to prison, but we work with immediately upon them being home, starting to get them access to those benefits. I can count on one hand the number of clients who are eligible for veterans benefits, and we connect them to that. So we work really hard to connect our clients to whatever safety nets are available, but we also push them to work to become self-sufficient and not just depend on those safety nets. But it's really important that they get those immediately, and it's something that I have a couple of staff members that have gotten quite proficient at in intake of finding, diagnosing what areas people are eligible for assistance and following through on it.
How did you get corrections or the different corrections facilities to trust your program to allow your staff that have a criminal background to come back in and be exposed to
Repeat the question. I don't think everybody heard it.
So how did we get the prisons to trust formerly incarcerated people going back in. They took a chance, and number one, the people obviously who were hiring were people who left prison with a good reputation. So it wasn't difficult. It wasn't automatic. They took a chance, and now you know, I don't want to brag about our access, but it's now the wardens see us as a asset, because if we're coming in and helping people get out, it's raising the morale. Other people are contacting the warden, please connect me to, you know, we have a lot of different people, a lot of different referrals for clients. Families, the client, prospective client themselves, a lot of contact we get is from wardens calling us saying, you know, please, I want you to help this person because he has been, you know, been very successful while he's incarcerated.
In another meeting I was at this morning, we were talking about how important it is for our populations to have hope. You know, it's so important that they have hope. They may not expect it to happen today, but they have hope that if they do the right things and they address all their issues and they do everything that's asked of them, that there is a chance that even though they have a violent case and they have a long sentence, that they too have a chance of getting parole. So this is something that I think really adds to the environment of long-term prison, high security prisons around the country. So I can see where a warden would be very glad to be able to partner with a trusted group that they know is there to help instill hope in the population, because that can only be beneficial to helping to manage very tough populations. Yes, ma'am.
I didn't really hear you say anything about mental health. So my question, I put it down so I wouldn't forget. So my question is, because you deal with people that deal with institutionalism, what means of mental health care do you offer to those individuals once they're, you know, out? Because I know a lot of them deal with traumatic issues being incarcerated, even though some of them don't articulate it, they still deal with it. So what do you provide for that?
Thank you for asking that question, because I recognize that I omitted it. We do not have professional mental health staff on our staff, just because we haven't expanded to that part yet. So we depend on community resources. A lot of what we do, we try to do wraparound services, because we want to keep things in-house as much as we can. But we work with local, in our parish, the free mental health provider for the low-income provider in the parish. Here's the issue that we have. We will oftentimes, a parole committee or a parole officer will ask us to ensure that a client upon release gets a substance abuse evaluation or a mental health evaluation. So obviously these agencies are accustomed to seeing people in crisis. So we bring them a client who sits down and presents themselves. How long has it been since you had alcohol? It's been 40 years. Or you think, you know, how are you doing? I'm living in this nice house. So they look at us like, why are you bringing this? You're wasting our time. So I say that to say, Louisiana State University is, starting this month, we're going to have 2 master level social work interns assigned to our organization year-round. We've applied for funding that we expect to hear back from in the next month, that I think that'll allow us to hire a full-time licensed social worker. So we'll have that professional on staff. We do have volunteer counselors who do come and talk to our organizations. We have a counselor who comes in and talks to all of our female clients that when they come home. Whenever we do have a client who verbalizes that he wants to see a mental health professional, we ensure that they see that resource that we have in the community. The problem that we find is utilizing those resources because it's not someone who's in crisis at that moment. They brush us off because obviously they have people who are more pressing needs. That's why we want someone, a social worker, staff, in-house that recognizes that just because someone's been incarcerated for 2 decades and hasn't had a drink or hasn't used drugs during their incarceration, it doesn't mean that they won't revert whenever their triggers or pressures. That will recognize that people coming home from prison off the euphoria for the first couple weeks of being home are doing great, but 6 months from now or a year from now, they're going to have real-world pressures. So we're working towards having that in-house, so we have someone that understands the unique needs of people who've been incarcerated so long.
Everything you were saying, but I guess what I'm saying is along the line of life skills, coping, like stress coping, not stress management, like coping skills, like teaching them to verbalize, to be able to communicate, because some people don't communicate verbally what their trauma is. They may do it in other ways.
So I can tell you what in our group, because these are individuals who've served this time together, and they come home and they may not have gone through the program together, but they know there's a community in our group. We recently started during COVID monthly check-ins. Sometimes we have 12 or 15 clients. Sometimes we have 30 clients check in, and it's an opportunity for just people to say, how's everyone doing, reconnect with one another. And what we find is when someone's struggling because of the community we have, someone doesn't mind opening up to someone else who's been through the program, someone they were incarcerated with, one of our peer mentors, and whenever we have one of those situations, we then direct them to resources in whatever their community they're in. As an organization, biggest obstacle as an employer is paying my staff what they're worth, and getting them, when we started the organization, pay was really low for those working, no benefits. We've increased the pay. We have some benefits. We want to get to where we're offering full benefits to our clients. We're just starting the simple IRA match for our clients. So, for our staff. So number one, because I lost Lewis, as I mentioned earlier, because someone paid Lewis a lot more than we can pay, I want to make sure that we're treating our clients well. Obviously, it's a balancing act because I need to get funding to do all of those things. So the thing, I don't stay up at night worrying about if my clients are going to go back to prison. I stay up at night worrying about finding funding to take care of staff and to keep the program going. Also, one thing I did not mention is there's a new district attorney in Orleans Parish that's reviewing. Orleans is responsible for a lot of the life sentences in Louisiana. They're reviewing old convictions. They're allowing people who've been incarcerated, they're pleading them out to fixed term of years, and they're asking us for support because everyone recognizes Parole Project is the group to go to in Louisiana for long-termers. So trying to keep up with the demand is, something that we're working through, and we're having better success with identifying the funders to do all these things. Oftentimes, though, I'm trying to decide, do we want to use these funds to buy a new house, or do I want to use these funds to offer this new benefit for employees, or do I want to hire a new position? So it's good problems to have. Luckily, I have a really good staff that are staying up at night worrying about clients, and then I could stay up and worry about organization. Yes, so obviously a lot of times because of the bureaucracy and releases, sometimes someone passes away before we can get them to the finish line. We do have a hospice that we have an agreement with that is willing to take our clients in because they know it's not going to be it's not necessarily going to be a steady flow, but they have an agreement that if we ever have someone released that has to go into hospice care, they will take them. There's one state-run hospital in Louisiana that will take people coming out of prison, going directly into their program if they're a long-term, not dying, but sort of a long-term medical needs, and they have to be really significant for us not to bring them in. We have brought clients in that they should be in medical facilities, but we're balanced with, do we want them to stay in prison until we find a medical facility, or do we want to bring them out and then do the work to find? And that's what we do a lot of times, and it's tough, but we do the work. What I will say is, this is easier said than done. The bureaucratic process of releasing lifers or long-termers who are dying is very problematic. Oftentimes, they never get to see the finish line of getting out. And I think they're available online also. Thank you. Very good.
Love your program. Congratulations on all you do. I need to see what you do. Good
work, man. Thank you very much.
Teared up.
I'm familiar with Tioga and Road Gully. I used to run Road Gully Road. I had friends I'd go see there, and I'd run Road Gully Road.
My grandpa was doing natural. And I appreciate you. You shocked me. I wasn't expecting to hear that. Oh my God, it gave me the chills. It was awesome.
No, but then I know it also, the warden's happy because the warden's hearing nothing but good things.
So we were denied. So do you have...
Do I have?
I don't know. Do you have a USB drive that has our...
I don't, but they should have it.
Okay. Good to know. It doesn't look like they have it on this computer. But they have a clicker right here. So this is yours. Let me ask.
Like, am I live streaming right now?
The live streaming won't start until 3:45, like right when the session. That's all already.
Okay, cool.
Grab the slide deck and put it on this.
You gave it to me as a PDF though, not as a PowerPoint. Now we can still
I
present
think it's a PowerPoint.
We can still present it like that.
I thought I said it was a PowerPoint.
This isn't it, right? That's already on the drive? Oh,
No.
2019.
That is a PDF.
No, they're not for some reason. Like, if they would have downloaded it in the last little bit, we'd see it there. Or is it sorted by date? Is it sorted by date right now?
Earlier this
Should be,
year,
right?
today.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, earlier this year. We're not on there.
So that was the previous one, right?
But this is what it looks like when we're presenting it off a PDF. There's just a little bit of a gray bar. But I mean,
we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
It's all the same.
Right.
Outside of the gray bar.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do have a flash drive that does have it if you
PDF on there for now.
Okay, got it.
She's
And I
gonna,
was
but
just-
don't turn that off yet, because she's going to, Monica only sent the PDF, so she's gonna get the PowerPoint, and then I have this other girl going to get a thumb drive with it on there. We have two things happening. We got this, Andy. I know.
Just so you know, even with the PDF, you can go in present mode. Have you seen this? It's just the only difference is a gray bar around it compared to
See if
PowerPoint,
this
but
works.
it's all the same.
Does that work?
It's already on this.
Okay.
So we're not gonna be able to do a live demo.
I'm gonna have to use the slides. Yep. That's lame.
Hi. Thank you so much.
Yes, so if there's anybody who can't get the QR code to work or anything for them, and if they absolutely have to have a paper copy, then you have to text them. So, anything I need to say besides
So this is the clipper that works by itself? All right, I think we're going to get going. Say again? Okay, so we're going to wait 30 seconds. Okay, I think we're ready to get going. Good afternoon, everyone. So great to have everybody here in person. I know we've got folks that are joining us virtually also, so welcome to those that are joining us virtually. My name is Kathy Prismich-Kernan, and I'm the Vice President of Partnership Development for Geo Reentry Services, and I'm going to be your moderator today. Before we get started, just a couple housekeeping notes. If you have to use the restroom, they're just right out the hall. I think most of you already probably know that. We will have an evaluation form for you all to fill out at the end. I'll remind you at the end of the presentation. But if you have questions, we want this to be interactive, so raise your hand. We'll try to hold everything until the end, but if it's something that is just, you've got to get the answer right away, definitely raise your hand and we'll make it as interactive as we possibly can. So our workshop today is titled A Collaborative Approach for Digital and Traditional Reentry Programming, where we're going to discuss a unique partnership between the Tennessee Department of Correction, Geo Reentry Services, and Vantage. Collectively, our teams developed this innovative solution for Tennessee in an effort to provide reentry and community programming statewide. This is actually our second workshop to highlight this program. We had our first workshop during the winter conference this past January. Did any of you participate in that? It was virtual, but I'd like to see from a show of hands. All right, well, a couple, but not many. So we are going to go over a lot of what we went over in January, but with some new information. All right, so I'm going to start by just introducing our panel members. So first we have April Buckner, who's the Correctional Administrator for Rehabilitative Services West for the Tennessee Department of Correction. April began her career with the department as a probation and parole officer in 2004. During her tenure, she has worked as an offender workforce development reentry specialist and was promoted to probation parole manager. After serving as probation and parole manager, she was promoted to the statewide director for community resources. In 2016, April was promoted to her current position, correctional administrator of rehabilitative services for the Western region. She holds a bachelor's degree in business and organizational leadership from Union University and an executive leadership certificate from Tennessee State University. In 2020, she was elected as a delegate assembly member for the American Correctional Association. April possesses a deep passion for reentry and rehabilitation and has played an integral role in structuring multiple reentry initiatives within the department, including the Tennessee Reentry Collaborative, the development and implementation of 6 day reporting centers, community resource centers, transition centers, and several rehabilitative programs within TDOC's facilities in the community. So we're excited to have April with us today. Next, we have Adrienne Corlew. Adrienne is the statewide program coordinator for GEO Reentry Services here in Tennessee. Since joining GEO Reentry in 2020, Adrienne has served the company in leadership roles, including statewide program coordinator and statewide administrative manager. She has 15 years of work experience within social services, reentry services, and corrections. Adrienne is responsible for overseeing the Tennessee Reentry Program, including ensuring delivery of high-quality services and programming, safe and effective operations, and contract compliance for 13 offices statewide. Adrienne is a graduate of Trifecta Nazarene University, where she earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Social Justice with an emphasis in non-profit organization and correctional church leadership. She previously worked as a supervising correctional counselor with the Tennessee Department of Correction. So welcome, Adrienne. And last but certainly not least, we have Marjorie Rist, who is the Chief Solutions Officer for Vantage. With 25 years in the correctional industry, Marjorie has extensive experience in understanding organizational dynamics and the practical considerations of program implementation. Marjorie began her career working in the probation field, and prior to joining Vantage, she served as the Chief Probation Officer in Yolo County, California, which happens to be my home county. She now manages Vantage's professional services as their Chief Solutions Officer, where she provides clients with everything from training to technical assistance. Marjorie is an active member of the American Correctional Association, the International Corrections and Probation Association, and the American Probation and Parole Association. Marjorie also has a bachelor's degree in management from St. Mary's College in California. So we have a great panel today. Just real quickly, our disclosure slide here. Our presenters will discuss services being delivered for the Tennessee Department of Correction. Presenters from Vantage and GEO Reentry are contracted to provide services for the department. So our goal is to implement an evidence-based programming approach that incorporates both technology and the human engagement needed to produce real behavior change and recidivism reduction. As we all know, 2020 forced us to look at how we could still meet the needs of the population we serve during a worldwide pandemic, a time when they need resources and connections more than ever. And although we began working on this solution before COVID-19 hit, the timing was just spot on. So today we're going to focus on reviewing the Tennessee Department of Correction expansion of reentry services for probation and parolees. We'll discuss how the state is combining traditional evidence-based reentry programming and digital services, creating an integrated approach and the impact COVID has had on reentry programming. And we'll also provide an update from our last presentation at ACA Winter Conference on 1 year, since it's been 1 year since we've implemented, any challenges that we have faced and how we've overcome those, and the plans for year 2 as we continue to get more lessons learned. And with that, I am going to hand it over to April.
I'm short here, so good afternoon, everyone. I want to talk to you a little bit about TDOC's mission. And our mission is to operate safe and secure prisons and to provide effective community supervision in order to enhance public safety. I want to say that again. Our mission is to operate safe and secure prisons and provide effective community supervision in order to enhance public safety. I want you to think about that for a minute and think about what that means to you when we talk about operating safe and secure prisons, providing effective community supervision in order to enhance public safety. When we think about that, most of us see it as, for those who are on community supervision, that we make sure that they have structure, that they're doing everything that they're supposed to do, that they have jobs, they're working, they're reporting, they have negative drug screens. And that's what we look at when we see our probation and parole officers. But that is not all they do. Same thing for our correction officers inside the prisons, to operate safe and secure prisons. A lot of times we look at that and we say, okay, their job is to lock everyone down, to make sure nothing is going on, and to keep those inmates behaved. But I need you to really look into our mission with what we do. In order to operate safe and secure prisons, in order to provide effective community supervision, and in order to enhance public safety, we have to rehabilitate. We have to have reentry services. And that is what our mission is all about. We have to make sure that when they come out into the community from the prisons, that they have all the tools that they need in order to be successful, to transition appropriately so that they then become assets to the community and not a liability. For those who are on community supervision, it's important that we provide reentry services so that when they get off of probation or parole, that again, they transition into their communities and that they become assets to their communities rather than liabilities. So when you see our mission, don't look at it as we lock people up and throw away the key, because that's not what the Tennessee Department of Correction does. We rehabilitate in order to have a safer Tennessee, and we do that by providing several reentry and rehabilitation programs so that we can equip our individuals with all the tools that they need so that they do not come back to us. Which leads me to why we want to expand our GEO reentry services across the state. So our purpose of expanding these reentry services. So you're going to hear later on in the presentation, you're going to hear that we have traditional programming and we also have digital programming. We want it to be able to decrease the reliance of traditional delivery, meaning those who come in person to get those reentry services, and we want it to increase the use of technology across the state. For those of you all who work in your other states, I'm sure you understand that there are a lot of rural communities. And one of the biggest barriers that we have with our population is the transportation, them not being able to get to the offices, to be able to participate in any of our reentry programs. Sometimes they can't get to the office to report to their probation officer, or among other things, because transportation is a big barrier. And across the state of Tennessee, we have many rural communities. So we wanted to find a strategic, fundamental way where we could offer those programs to those individuals who cannot come to the office to be able to still participate in their program. One of the things we do before we even get them into our programs is we have an RNA assessment, which is called our Strong R. And what we do is we assess those individuals. Everyone within the Tennessee Department of Correction receives an assessment that will let us know what needs that they have. It will go into the domains, their high domains, of what is needed in order for them to cross those challenges that they may have. Another thing we do within TDOC is all of our curriculum, everything we do is evidence-based. It is a policy within TDOC that any staff member, or even we encourage our volunteers and our partners, that when they deliver curriculum, that it is evidence-based. Now, when we talk about technology, we were really forced as of March of 2019 to accelerate that technology. Because as you all know, we closed. Our individuals could not come into the buildings. And if you hear me say individuals, I don't like to use the terms of inmates and offenders. I like to use returning citizens or individuals because they're people too. But COVID-19 really changed things. So even though we were working to implement this digital programming, it kind of forced our hand, and so we had to go ahead and start implementing and conducting this program. One thing about the digital programming, and of course Ms. Marjorie will go deeper into it, is that it allowed our population to go at their own pace. Many times, you all know, if you've ever sat in a classroom before, there may be 15 of you, and some of you all, there may be about 9 or 10 of you all who just get it and keep going. There may be a few of you who are just not catching up. But this process allows you to go at your own pace so that you can really understand, learn what's being taught to you. I'm sorry, I keep going backwards. So as you can see here, our statewide coverage service area. We have a big state. We're broken down into 3 regions: our west, our middle, and our east. And as you can see here with these red dots, we have several rural areas. And that was one of the things that we talked about as a group, of being able to provide this digital technology to those who were not able to come to the office. Because when we expect people to do something, we have to meet them where they are. We have to meet them where we are. We can't expect them to do things that they don't have the resources to do. When we do that, we set them up for failure. So our goal in partnering with GEO was to be able to deliver a functional technology-based learning platform and to promote the integration of our evidence-based treatment services, both in a traditional way and also on a technology-based platform. When assigning our participants to any of our re-entry options, as I told you, it starts out with our assessment, our RNA assessment, which is our Strong R. Once we discover the needs, it's put into our software and our OMS, which is our offender management system. It then goes into our Vantage software, and at that point, it lets us know the needs of that individual. We then have a case plan. Each officer creates a case plan, and in that case plan, when they see those needs from that risk needs assessment, they are able to refer them to what program is needed. We have individualized case management services, which is very important with reentry and rehabilitation. We can't have a cookie-cutter platform because every individual is different. And then at the end, we have a case discharge planning session. I'm now going to turn it over to Adrian. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right. So I've already, and you know, I'm Adrian Corlew. I'm the statewide administrative manager for GEO. But let me tell you about GEO. GEO is comprised of two business units. We have Secure Services and we have GEO Care. So the Tennessee Reentry Program is under that umbrella of GEO Care. So let me brag on GEO for a minute. We're doing amazing work across this country. We're operating over 137 reentry programs. We are changing lives. We're dealing with justice-centered individuals. We're giving them value, we're giving them hope, and we're really making effective change. We're doing this in prison facilities. We're doing this in non-residential, in residential day reporting centers. We are absolutely doing an amazing job. But I'm not going to brag about GEO. I'm just going to keep giving you the facts about why we're awesome and amazing. But before I do that, repeat after me. One mission. One message. One team. Now raise your hand if you know what that means. Hands raised. So when I talk about a collaborative effort, okay, I come from the soul of the Tennessee Department of Correction. One mission, one message, one team is absolutely one of the bases of how we do our program delivery. Right now we're doing that in two ways. So our delivery option for our programming is coming in traditional and digital. Let me tell you about the traditional, because when I say traditional, it's not like a brick and mortar classroom, because COVID messed that all up. There's nothing we can do about that. So what we had to do is we had to get creative, and so we're able to administer programming through teleconference and video conferencing mechanisms. Then we have our digital program, which is where Marjorie is going to talk about the grit and bones about that digital system, but the online digital is the other way that we provide programming to our participants. I also don't say inmate, I don't say offender. I usually, just like April says, I usually use words that give people value and meaning. So sometimes I'll say participant, sometimes I'll say student, but I do stay away from really anti-words, but because we're trying to teach people that they have value and purpose. So those are currently the two ways that we're disseminating curriculum. Now, amazingly, TDOC has went in person with one of their groups, and that's the Day Reporting Center. Anybody, Sarah, you're with the Day Reporting Center? And so we do in-person facilitation as well. So our traditional programming and our Day Reporting Center groups, we're physically in the classroom talking and teaching. All right, one mission, repeat after me. One mission, one message, one team. So, evidence-based. You got to have the proof in the pudding, and we got the proof in the pudding for everything that we do. So, in that traditional track, we're using CBIP, Cognitive-Based Intervention Program. We do victim impact and SAFE, okay? So we're also on that technology track. We're also using evidence-based curriculum that's following the same three curriculum in traditional, but it's just in a digital-based system. Now, in year two, we're going to talk about this. We're going to be adding relapse prevention, but these are the classes that we're currently utilizing in our Tennessee Reentry Program, all evidence-based, because you got to have proof in the pudding. And so our class sizes are between 3 and 15, because it would be kind of difficult to have a class with one person in it. It'd be a little weird, but we want to really focus on our groups, so usually between 3 to 15 participants. On the digital side, we definitely are able to, and we'll talk about this a little bit in some other slides. The accessibility is through the internet and downloadable content on their phone or their device or whatever they're using. Repeat after me. One mission, one message, one team. So if it's one thing that you're going to leave Tennessee with, is knowing the Tennessee Department of Correction mantra. So if you say this, you'll get mad credit with the commissioner. So I'm just telling you, who's also the president of the ACA. So what are the benefits of this approach to TDOC? Well, I'll tell you, number one, my case managers have boots on the ground in the district offices across the state. We're in the day reporting center. So if something goes down, my case managers are able to reach out to a district director, talk to a FSW, or get with that PPO, because our main goal is to address this need for that participant. What's going on? Like, what can we do? So then we have our supervisors who we have regionally. So I have a supervising case manager in the east, the middle, and the west. So if the case manager is freaking out and can't handle it, I'm not really the first call, I'm like the third call. They'll call their supervisor, and my supervisors are already on it to be able to just streamline down what's going on, because the key is communication. The key is collaboration, and the key is to make sure that we're able to really navigate a solution-focused outcome for that participant so that they can be successful. Our biggest other piece of collaboration, like April was saying, is we need to be able to reach these people that are over in Clinton, that are over in weird parts in West Tennessee. So, yeah, there's some weird parts in West Tennessee. I'm not saying bad things about West Tennessee. I'm not saying that at all. But one of the barriers sometimes for reentry programming for justice-centered individuals is if you live 2 miles, we down here in Nashville, we talk about urban sprawl, but sometimes when you get into more rural countries, it's called country, okay? That's what it's called. So it might take 2 hours to get to the grocery store. Imagine if you need to drive 2 hours to get to take a class, okay? That can be inconvenience. You still got life, you still got to cook, you still got to work all life. So we provide these services. Also, pick up your phone, call this meeting ID, and you're able to still participate and be compliant with your PO, and then we're able to offer these alternatives for you to be successful. Now, future innovations is we hope that we're able to service people at an 80% capacity in a technology-based platform. Now notice I used the word future. I did not say that's current, but that's what we want to move toward, to make sure that we're able to keep innovating and just be able to keep trying to move towards just more of an 80% technology-based delivery. Now, this is another. Remember, one mission, one message, one team. If you get in traditional and this ain't working for you, you late to work 2 times, and your supervisor said you fired next time if you late. If traditional ain't working, we will assess this individual to see if digital works. And on the other side, if you're on digital and you don't know what an iPhone is, or you're not really sure where to click or what does what, then maybe digital ain't for you. And so in this collaborative effort, our case managers can work with the PO, and they can continually assess and communicate to make sure that people are in the right track and in the right program. Because our goal is to make sure that people are successful, right? Right. Now, we may have those situations where people aren't successful, but we got statistical data to track that too. So we'll talk about that in some future screens. Okay, here we go. Okay, y'all. So implementation for GEO, as we talked about, COVID ruined the world. But COVID did not ruin our ability to navigate no gaps in services for TDOC. Our customer asked for something and we delivered. We were able to do this with really no staff. You know, we were able to maintain our programming services even with COVID causing our budget to be cut. And you'll see in this documentation that COVID-19 really, our numbers and our capacity of programming still was efficient even with the lower staff. And the next thing. So the biggest piece of that, just showing our capacity and continue to be effective, is we navigated challenges. And part of that navigation of challenges is adding that digital piece. I was able to, not I, because there's no I in team, but there is an E in GEO. Everyone. I told y'all GEO was awesome. we were able to utilize that capacity of people to add that digital piece to be able to create more efficiency and effectiveness, okay? So not having digital case managers was another challenge. OMG, when you're having no pilot, do you know what it's like when you don't have a pilot in a plane? Nobody's been in a pilot with no plane. Okay, that's probably good, but we didn't have a pilot for our digital, so some of our challenges were technology and learning shortcomings from, not just from our participants, from our side as well. And so, no pilot, having lower staff, I said, look guys, we need to continue to be innovative. Let's boost up that motivational interviewing. These people are so used to being in a classroom, they don't even know what to do when they're picking up the phone. We've got to bridge that communication between being in a classroom to the phone. So we really strategically used more motivational interviewing techniques, and my case managers just really met our individuals to where they really were overly overt with the curriculum, really calling people by their name, and just really engaging clients over the computer. And that was a big piece. And hold on, I got a few more things to say on this. So some of the other challenges, we really moved to a more digital-based system as well. Because I don't know if y'all have ever heard of freeconferencecall.com, but that's what we had at first. And it really, April remembers. So one of the things that Geo was able to do is we were able to utilize Microsoft Teams to be able to provide a digital-based program that allowed our participants to also call into teleconference, but they were also able to video conference. So we were able to, again, be innovative and bring our participants into this new virtual classroom, which was awesome. So we were faced with a lot of challenges, but through all of those challenges, we persevered because it was what? One mission, one message, one team. And so we were able to navigate challenges by being solution-focused and really strategizing to find solution-focused ways to overcome those barriers. So in year 2, one of those things I want you to understand is that we're at a point now where we're seeing our capacity grow. We're going to be able to service more people, but the efficiency part is in year 2 we're going to bring on more staff to be able to really meet those metrics, you know, of where we really want to serve more and more individuals. And so we're also going to add that substance abuse piece, which is where we're going to add the substance abuse counselors. And so that's also going to be another amazing change in year 2. So we're continually using this opportunity to collaborate with TDOC, and as our customer, you ask, we provide. Because Geo, this is just what we do. You know, we do. You know, we do great and amazing things. So that is all I have right now. And so Marjorie, batter up. One mission, one message, one scene. See, I fired the crowd up, okay?
I don't think I'm nearly as entertaining as Adrienne is. I'd like to apologize in advance. I'm from a company called Vantage, and I actually don't know what my slide says, but if I were going to say what our application does in an easy way to sort of describe it, because it's a pretty big application, it's a platform that helps coordinate case management between the subject, which may be an inmate or a person in the community, and the correctional case manager, as well as providers in some jurisdictions, and in some places actually in Tennessee, like with Geo. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the workflow and what that looks like in this particular digital programming piece. However, I had planned to do a live demo, but it turns out when we got here we couldn't use our own computer. And so to get behind a VPN, show you what a case manager sees, all that fun stuff. So I'm going to have to show you on slides, which makes my heart hurt for you. But I do want to say, because I feel bad about that, JD and Brad, there's a couple dudes in here that are in the vendor hall, and they can help set up a demo even in the vendor hall if you want to see it live. And then also there's some business cards up here. If you want to grab one, you can even text JD, meet up with him. He can do a demo or email, and we can set one up later. So because I feel bad and feel like I should apologize, I'm offering an alternative. And now I'll show you my slides. So this is a basic workflow slide of case management and digital programming, and it's just, I'm going to give you the high-level overview. Essentially what happens right now is in Tennessee Department of Corrections, they go in and they do their strong R risk and needs assessment. In Tennessee, kind of for the first time in a real robust way, we actually started taking the results of the risk and needs assessment and building specific algorithms to recommend the best programming for particular offenders. So we have very detailed programming profiles, and we do those recommendations in our software, which is called VantagePoint. The case manager selects that program, and then the person is waitlisted for the program, et cetera. When we started this program this project with GEO and TDOC, we added digital programming to that mix. So now we can have a series of programs that are delivered fully digitally in a self-paced manner, and those can be, they're recommended within a treatment pathways framework that we use within Tennessee. Once the case manager assigns a digital program, then the subject, as I call them, this is the probationer or the parolee, they can log into our client-facing app called Evolve. And when they log in there, they can do self-assessments, right? So that really facilitates and makes easier to make far more robust pre- and post-testing. So they can do self-assessments, and then they can consume digital content from any variety of learning management systems. And then as they complete or progress through the different components of an overall digital program, then that information is sent back for the case manager to be able to review. And the case manager can monitor progress. We can also put some automated reminders in there, so we can send in-app communications, hey, you did a good job, or hey, you haven't done anything in 2 weeks, or whatever. And so we can send those out, and then we also have digital communications within the platform, which I think Adrian has started using more recently, where you're able to, the person may have a problem, they can go shoot Adrian a text basically within the app, and she can respond to that person straight away, which makes it a little bit more efficient for what I would call kind of almost tech support for some of those people that can't really use their devices. So that's kind of the overall view of how this goes. I'm going to give you just a quick little bit more detail, and the thing is I don't think you can really see the slides, which is why I'm kind of bummed. But this is just an overview of how the treatment pathways work. We basically have a series of programs built into sort of almost a typology arrangement for those of you EBP folks that remember that word. And then we have the programs cataloged. If the person falls into a certain type, then they can select from sort of a menu of programs in there. Once they select that, then it will actually show up on the subject's, in this case, we're selecting a digital program and setting a target date for completion, and then it will actually show up on the subject's case plan as assigned. And you can expand that window. Do I have an expanded view? You can expand that window and monitor their progress through. Each digital program that we're delivering in Tennessee is made up of multiple components, some pre-assessments in typical cases, and then a series of digital courses that you'd experience in an LMS, but we've crafted and sequenced or packaged them so that we're trying to target specific needs using an array of programming. And then, of course, they have post-testing that they have to complete, and it's not considered completed until they've done all of those things. And then when the subject actually logs into Evolve, they kind of see that same workflow that they're going to have to progress through. So all of the components that make up that program. And then we lock them into a workflow so they can't go out of order, which allows us to be really deliberate about the sequencing of the programming that they're consuming. And then as they go through and complete each one. This is just a shot of they've done their pre-tests, now they're starting their programming. And you can see in the programming, this is kind of what it looks like. It drops them into the specified LMS for them to consume that programming. And then that gets fed back into their case plan, and you see updated progress in their case planning within Vantage Point. The case manager can see that. And we have a series of different, right now we're using a digital set of programs that is mimicking the traditional programming content. There's, I think, a wider array of potential programs that could be used in different ways, so I hope in the future we can make that sort of programming portfolio more differentiated. And so there's a number of options that we can choose from, you know, when we decide we want to get to that. And then that's what I thought this was Adrian, and then I was worried I didn't have the right slide deck up there, so.
Okay, so our digital user statistics, this is a little bit different. So the participants enrolled right now is a little bit, our numbers have increased because we've put in some of those interventions where we had some challenges in the beginning with our digital users. But as of today, we have about, I didn't have that information with me, but we have increased quite a bit in our completions. We've had about 76 course completions. We've had about close to 3,000 of the components completed. So when Margie, we were showing you the different components that are inside on the treatment pathway, as you go through each course has so many components. And so overall, we're really seeing greater improvement in the numbers of people really getting in and digging in and completing their classes and programming. So our enrollments are increasing. And so you can just see on this slide, these numbers are not as accurate. This actually is not the actual slide that I thought they were going to show. But one of the other things that I wanted to say is statistically, we use assessments that really tell us the positive the outcomes of our participants pre-curriculum and post-curriculum. So we're able to see completion statistics as well as we're able to see and navigate change. And so we know that CBT does lower recidivism. We also know that CBT, cognitive-based therapy, does lower individuals' risks and their criminal thinking scales. So we are actually doing a great job digitally, showing great improvement. As this month, our numbers are really, we're growing. We're getting greater completion rates. And I think that's my last one.
So looking forward with the partnership that we have, we want to further expand our community supervision capacity up to 3,000 in year 2. We want to expand our evidence-based programming through traditional and technology-based platforms. We want to have continuous quality improvement. And when I say that, Matt, could you please stand for me? I'm going to call you on the spot. And I'd also like for Marjorie and for Adrian to please stand. And I'd also like for CA Jackie Williams to stand. She's going to get mad at me afterwards, but oh well. So what you see here is you see a coalition. And I know sometimes people say that a coalition is temporary, but I see us as being a coalition for a while. A coalition works together for one common goal. And that goal for the state of Tennessee is to ensure that we increase productivity in order to decrease victimization through reentry services, thus having a safer Tennessee. So with our quality improvement, we have monthly meetings, weekly meetings, daily meetings. Sometimes Matt and I have been on the phone till 10, 11 o'clock at night, constantly trying to find ways to strategically work together in order to make things better. We work with Marjorie and her team to give us the measurement and feedback and the outcomes that we need, because you know what, at the end of the day, outcomes, measurements, and numbers make us credible. Now, a lot of times we think we don't get into that because we're like, well, we're changing a life one day at a time. But at the end of the day, in order for us to be credible, we have to have those outcomes and measurements to show you all how we're being successful, why we're being successful, and what we're doing to do it. So I'd just like to take this time to thank Matt and his team, Geo, to thank Marjorie, because Marjorie and her team, Vantage and TDOC, we've been in this playpen for a long time. It's been a minute, and we've really accomplished a lot, and we've seen a lot of outcomes and measurements with what we're doing. And technology is the way to go now. And I know sometimes we feel like, you know, this is not the best thing, but that's the way we're going now. And again, as I told you all earlier, we have to meet our people where they are. We have to meet our people where we are. So I just want to say that this coalition, our vision with TDOC is to be recognized as the best correctional agency in the nation. And I'm going to tell you, I think we are already there. And if not, we're well on our way. Thank you all so much.
All right, so fantastic job, you guys. And yes, the slides were a little bit not updated, so they were winging it a little bit, so great job, you guys. And unfortunately, we did not have the internet connection to do the live demo. So as Marjorie indicated, if you get a chance to go into the exhibit hall to get a live presentation, it's totally worth it. It's very cool stuff. With that, I want to open it up for questions. Are there any questions out there for our panelists? Yes, ma'am. So the question is whether or not when we bring on our substance abuse counselors, if they're going to be TDOC employees or GEO employees.
They will be GEO employees. They will be they'll be laid out. Yes.
So just to kind of reiterate, you know, we talked about this during the presentation. So when we started this project in October of 2020, actually even before that, we were working through the contract. The expectation was that we were going to pilot this digital platform. And with COVID, we just went all right into it. So, and because of budget issues and whatnot, there were some things that we had to take out of the original contract, and the substance abuse piece was one of them. So we are adding that piece back in. Yes, ma'am.
So how can we measure the success of this program and then hold the offenders accountable or individuals accountable that they're actually taking the steps to?
Great question for those of you who didn't hear, asking about accountability. How are we measuring the success of the programming and making sure that we're holding the participants accountable?
So right now we really don't have enough data to really, we've only been in it almost 10 months. We don't have the data to really show the success of our program. But what we do have is our pre and post testing, and then what we can show is the effectiveness due to statistical data. So we give our pre-assessments before they enter the program, give the post-assessments. So we are able to see the change within individuals and the outcome productivity and their success in the program. So for participants, that's going to look like, you know, successful versus unsuccessful discharge. And of course, you know, in TDOC language, you know, there's going to be various reasons for that. But as far as to show, you know, the success as GEO, Tennessee Reentry, we really don't have the data right now to really show that right now. But what we can show you is the statistical data from month to month of what we are doing, our strengths and our weaknesses, and we're able to come back to the table and just keep finding ways to navigate change.
Because this is such a new program, I mean, I think it's you know, it's a work in progress, obviously. You know, we've all been forced to rely on technology to do things that we never thought we would in the past. So, you know, as we continue to move down this path and get more lessons learned and, you know, make changes where we need to, you know, I think it's going to be important for us to come back to ACA and other groups and say, here's what we're doing now. And here's the outcomes that we have to show what has worked, what hasn't worked, what we've changed. So, you know, that's why, yes, we did this in January. It was done virtually. We wanted to come back, be with you all in person today to give a little bit of an update. But our goal is to continue to do that so that once we get those numbers, we can share them with you.
So I just want to kind of answer what Victoria, I heard you talk about accountability. So we really need to look at that. We have some awesome probation and parole officers that hold those individuals accountable. So if you have someone on digital programming and they're not doing what they're supposed to do, there's a tracking mechanism where we can see if they're not attending like they're supposed to. And then at that point, if they're not, then it's a simple call, email to that assigned probation and parole officer. And that PPO jumps on that quickly. And then it may come to a point where that person cannot handle digital, so then they're moved back to the traditional. So there is a large accountability piece there. Yes.
The question was about measuring dosage, and yes, we do that. Yes, sir.
So this is probably not a fair question, based on what we just talked about, going to 10 months of data. Are there concerns that obviously with the traditional method you've got, you know, a large amount of data to show that it's evidence-based and effective and everything? Are there concerns about the fidelity of the program, even if it's effective in a traditional sense, transferring that over to a digital platform will have that same fidelity?
Yeah.
I'm not sure everybody can hear. I keep worrying that if this is being streamed and we're not standing right here in the microphone, the people behind, you know, on the computer can't hear. So, so yeah, no, that is a concern. And the way that there was a couple of discussions, I think, in the beginning where folks, I think maybe there were some expectations that we would take some of the traditional curriculum and we would essentially digitize it to make it a self-paced experience. And that is actually why we chose existing digital programs and then attempted to package them together so that they were covering similar material to that which is being provided in the traditional track. But I don't know that anybody has robustly researched this in this particular use case, right? But we do have good outcomes for the digital programs that were used for reducing things like criminal thinking, et cetera. So I think this is an interesting thing that where we want to watch those pre-post tests first, right? That's where we're going to start seeing change. If we're seeing good gain scores, you know, we're going to see some indicators that we're going to do okay there. And then over time, we can actually, you know, we have very good data that can allow us to actually measure which ones, you know, what is the impact, what is the difference, and even tweak some of those digital programs. I think just because right now I have a platform to speak from, I think there is huge value in using some of this digital technology, and there is some research that even CBT delivered in a self-paced manner can be effective. And if that's the case, I really am interested in working with different partners. That's why I'm giving a shout out right now. People are content creators. I am extremely interested in figuring out how we can put these things into digital packages where we can test these out for our different populations. Because I do think there's, at the end of the day, there isn't that much content that has been researched. So let's digitize it and try it. Uh-huh.
There's also a lot of data out in other environments, like the education community, where assessments are done as a part of the process. And through these LMS platforms, there's capability to be able to do that. And there's a lot of work being done in that space now, so that you can track the digital components as well as the traditional components. So it is data, but it's just in a different industry. And we're working on some things, some white papers actually, to help bring that to the correction space.
And Alfonso, I think you should introduce yourself.
I'm Alfonso Elizabeth, the president of Max Content. So the LMS provider that partners with Vantage here is our company.
Yes, there is one other piece, the LMS provider, and so glad you're here in the room, so that was great. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I know that we are being streamed, and there could be questions that come up from the audience virtually. I'm just not sure how we would get them. So they're not showing up on the computer. So I'm assuming we have no questions from our audience virtually. And with that, any other closing comments or remarks from anyone? All right. Well, again, I just want to remind everybody to fill out an evaluation form. You can scan the QR code and do it online. And if you have any further questions, please come up and ask us, or you can visit both the Geo Reentry, the Geo Care booth in the virtual exhibit hall, and also Vantage. Thank you all for coming, and enjoy the rest of the conference. right down the street. Are you, where are you, you're at the Omni? Yeah, it's right down the street on Broadway. Are you gonna walk over to the reception? Yeah, let's go. Let's go do this real quick.